because
I know that was true for Borak.
It was the one bit of luck we had was that one night we just rolled so that we bailed on a lot of corruption and exhaustion.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, and so then so I said you guys are going to be level 5, and that's just for all intents and purposes. You guys are level 5 for the next combat you get into, but I didn't really have the intent of throwing you into another combat right now or anything. So you guys are, narratively it makes sense just refer to you as level 4s, but I don't care if you've leveled up on your sheets or anything like that. That doesn't really matter too much. Marin's not going to try to kill you or anything. So, I guess you guys could try to kill him, which would make this very complicated.
That extra level would probably be the difference between being killed by Marin and not.
Probably. It makes a big deal. E gets to attack twice. It's pretty significant. Anyways. So, yeah, you guys are back and sort of defeated and at this teleportation circle, and DeMarcus is actually walking out the door. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, if I'm exhausted, which way to the cafeteria?
It is up to your right on the map.
Well, then I'm going to meander up towards the cafeteria to...
It's the stairs there on the right, upper right.
Stairs on the right.
Nice.
I don't know how to ping shit. I forgot.
This one?
Yep, there it is.
Oh, those are stairs.
Ping
Okay.
button.
I think you just hold left mouse.
Yeah, you just hold down your clicker.
Okay. Yep, that's where the stairs are, to the lower level.
Pinging all over the place.
Anyways, yeah. I guess this is where I just say, Tim, go.
I had a question.
Oh yeah, where the fuck is Dargil?
That's what I was going to say. Like, I guess narratively, if it simplifies things, I can still just be dead with them until they get.
No, you can show the fuck up. We'll
It
throw
makes
you on
sense
the board.
that you would have been
So-
waiting by the circle.
Okay, so I didn't know like if I was out of my catatonic state yet or not.
Yeah, we'll say you came out of it, and maybe after like 2 days, and they've effectively gone for 3 whole days. So you've been out for like a whole day, just kind of waiting around.
Yeah, so I kind of know what's going on. Because I've been informed.
Yes, you've been informed.
All right. So I slink out of the shadows, and then walk up to just the whole group. I guess Vossner's closest. And I just sort of like look up slowly and like noticing Aristos isn't around. And without saying anything, I just kind of put like sort of like my shoulders slink and I kind of look at the ground.
Yeah. I think everyone looks like that right now.
Good there.
I assume Gorak let me go, right?
Yeah, he put you down once you stopped struggling.
Yeah. If E is headed this way, I'm gonna go this way and just kind of gently put a hand on Dargil's shoulder and say, we tried everything that we could.
Perhaps I could have made a difference. I'm trying to hold back tears a little bit.
I don't think there was much of a chance. It felt like we were losing from the start.
So, I could have just died.
Yeah. To be honest, we're really lucky that none of us died. So,
I'm glad to see you.
it was nice to at least know that you were safe.
But useless. Reluctantly useless.
She speaks in Dorvish to him and says, "There is still use to be had." And then we'll kind of just stand off to the side of it.
I go up to Taryn, just put my hand on his shoulder, look at him.
Yeah, I think I'm still just like sitting in the middle of the teleportation circle.
Yeah, I'm just sort of taking it all in.
Gorok is going to go after DeMarcus and stop and speak to him. Matt, are you on, Matt?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah. Hold for a moment. Where do you think you're going?
Well, given the way that the mission ended up, I suppose that it's time for me to go back to where I belong.
And where is that?
The court of Queen Sybil. There's nothing more for me to do here.
Might I suggest that what you did in the Abyss shouldn't be held against you, but if you leave now, I think it amounts to some form of betrayal of this group.
You know that I would never, ever betray anyone, but I've lost many friends in the Abyss, and I know what this group is going through right now, and I don't know that I should stay around.
Well, you're free to do as you please, but I think you're wrong. I think they need you here. And I'm sure that Queen Sybil could find more than one or two things for you to do here in Mossstone were you to stay.
Perhaps.
Anyway, think about it.
I will. I will discuss this with Queen Sybil, and for now, I need to rest. So maybe I can stay here at the guild while I do that and recover. After that, maybe we speak with Queen Sybil and Marin and figure out what's next.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, now we can. Okay. Sorry. I wanted to go over to Dargil while he was next to me and just say we did all we could. We're sorry that nature didn't have it in its good favor to bring him back with us.
I believe my nightmares were of an ill omen to all of you. I apologize for that.
Interesting. Could all of us hear the conversation between DeMarcus and Gorok?
Yeah, I was actually going to eavesdrop on that if I could, but right now I
mean, Gorok's not exactly a whisperer. So.
I would imagine these halls are pretty echoey.
Yeah, I mean, he's not by any means trying to make it a secret of what he's saying to DeMarcus. But yeah, you could probably.
DeMarcus isn't keeping quiet either. He has no reason to.
Okay.
Yeah, like 20 feet away, I'm sure you could hear at least parts of it.
Yeah, I'm
I
listening.
catch faint echoes of what DeMarcus had said, and I say, "It sounds as though you need a drink, old friend," and I beckon him to come with me to the cafeteria.
I nod and I join. And I say thank you to Gorok for everything, and it was an honor to have been beside him in the Abyss, and I hope to see him again soon.
So cordial.
All right. And he limps off towards his bed. which
Nice.
is
It's just up.
yeah, John.
I'll just take it. I got him.
Thanks. Woo, there you go. Yeah.
Ah, he's gone.
Bye, Gora.
Oh my god! He can fly?
Yes.
God just sucked
I don't
him
know
up.
why Tim never used that ability.
Yeah, I know. That would have been so helpful.
He can fly, but he's also afraid of heights, so it's kind of
Yeah,
a catch-22.
it's a double-edged sword there.
Right. Yeah, we should not have flying barbarians. That makes a lot of sense.
I think I'll return to the barracks, and I want to check and see if Aristos left anything behind.
Yeah, I'd follow her to the barracks.
Okay. For the sake of transitioning stuff, would you guys like me to just put everybody on the next floor?
Yeah.
On the barracks level?
Yeah.
I'll be the last in the room or wherever.
Yeah, I kind of want
Okay,
to talk to
if anybody want to
Marin.
stay and talk to somebody first,
I want to talk to Marin.
we'll have Vosner stay, and then everybody else, unless anybody else wanted to stay and talk to.
We can do Vosner's scene first while we're here.
Go for it.
Yeah. So I know that you brought me into the meeting right before we left. Was there a reason for that? Does it have something to do with what I've been experiencing, or I'm just confused on why I was there and I didn't have enough time to speak.
Yeah, it's a really good question. John, why was he there?
Narratively, he had just
say
been
that.
talking to Marin.
Oh,
he
that's
just got
right.
back from his meeting with Arcanus, so it
That's
wouldn't have.
right.
He wasn't like in the barracks, so he just
Yeah.
invited you to come along
Yeah,
because
that's
you were already present.
Yeah, you were just in the right place at the right time, Charles. There was no particular reason that I invited you to the meeting. Had your other squad mates been around, I would have asked them as well.
Okay, I was just wondering, I suppose. Just, I don't know. I guess I'll talk to you later about some things.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, thank you for your time. And I kind of, where's Paco?
Marin extends his hand. Paco's head pops out from under his long, wizardy sleeves, and he leaps onto your shoulder.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. And I start to walk off.
Has a tendency to nip when you least expect it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Root vegetables. We'll keep them quiet.
I'll bear that in mind.
Thank you for looking after him.
Anyone else?
I think the rest of us are on our way to the barracks.
All right. As you're heading towards the stairs, you can kind of see Arvine quietly say some things to Marin and then kind of shake her head and walk off on her own.
Makes sense.
And I'm going to go get some sleep.
Oh, do you need me to transition now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, hold on. Oh.
Oh, the blue people.
Look at the skull!
I love the skull in the corner, man.
Oh my god! And all of our little
That's
chests.
great.
We have little
That's
chests
great.
at the end of our bed.
No, it's so
This is
fun when
so
things come
cute.
together frantically in the last few hours. I mean, our plan well in advance.
Do I sleep on that bearskin rug?
Yeah, I thought you would.
I love it. That's so
Yeah.
good. All
Leaning
right.
towards the skull.
So there's the desk that Aristos usually worked at. That was his bed. Next to that, I figured E had the bed but didn't use it next to the skull on the floor. And then I figured everything else was kind of up for grabs.
Nice.
It's a little fireplace over there for our fireside chats.
No,
And then, the big cafeteria in the middle as described. The ominous door off to the right. I guess it'd be off to your left as you come down the stairs, but off to the right of from the perspective of your barracks. Yep, there you go. This.
Go inside of our room. I'm gonna walk by Galen and just like look at him and then shake my head and then walk away. To sort of communicate what happened to the party, if he understands.
Yeah, Galen gives you a solemn nod and whispers something to Ellison behind you, or behind him.
I can't hear the whisper.
No, you can, but you can tell what it's about. It's about him just passing on the information.
Yeah.
Who's going to the barracks?
Me.
I am.
Okay,
Did you
and
say
I
this
imagine
was
you guys will just
Aristus's
sleep.
desk?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see if any of his letter writing supplies are in there, or personal belongings or anything.
Yeah, I would
I'm
imagine
gonna look
anything
for,
that he wouldn't take with him. But Aristos or Matt can speak to what Aristos might have left behind.
Aristos literally had everything on him.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Do you have books from the library on the desk?
He carried one book with him, which he brought with him. It was very important to him. The books on the desk he left all of his books in the library, basically.
Yeah.
He never brought any to the barracks.
Okay.
So Izzy goes through the drawers trying to see if there's anything there, and when there isn't, she just slams them and looks very frustrated. And goes over to her bed.
I asked her what she was looking for.
Anything, I suppose. I had hoped that we'd be able to send a letter to his mother or something. I'm sure Mary can help us with that, but it would have been nice to know more. He never really told us everything that was going on.
There would literally be only two things, because he did have everything on him in his pack. But the only things that he ever would have left behind would have been the original noble clothes that he came with on the first day, and his leather armor that he came with on the first day.
Okay.
I will look over at Taryn and just ask him, are you alright?
Taryn shakes his head.
Yeah. I figured as much. Will be a strange transition, I guess.
Yeah. We did do all that we could.
Taryn just kind of nods and then kind of rolls over in bed away from you guys.
Oh.
Oh, buddy.
I will also go to sleep because I'm super exhausted.
Dargo's going to stay up because he's been sleeping too much and just stares into the flames. Is it lit, the fire?
Yeah.
I think we can light it when we want, right?
Yeah.
For anybody that can see it, he tosses something into the fireplace.
Ooh.
Ooh, I want to see if I see it. What was it?
I guess you don't necessarily have to roll. I mean, it's not gonna be obvious to anyone unless you're like looking in that general direction, I guess. But it has a bit of there's like two thunking sounds, and it's just like something, maybe like a small paperweight kind of sound thrown into the wood. Something like that.
Just kind of sit up and look over.
Yeah, I guess if you inspect the ashes enough, you'll see like the nightmarish idol that Dargo always kept with him. It's broken in half.
Yeah.
And then
I just say, what was that, friend?
the past.
Yeah, that definitely could hold people down.
And then I walk over to Aristus's desk and place the clay ocarina on the surface of it. And then I guess I go back to my bed.
Yeah.
Back to the skull and sit there. But I'll look at the flames a bit longer. So.
Yeah.
Nah, man, look at the skull.
Look at everything. How about that?
Yeah. I go over to Dargil and I sit down next to him and I ask, "Hey, did he ever talk to you about what's under the guild? I know you and Tara were probably the closest to him, but
yeah.
I was just wondering if he ever mentioned anything."
At this level, Dargil looks up at you and just cautiously doesn't want to be too loud. Others are trying to sleep and stuff. So in which case, I guess maybe I should direct message Foster.
If you'd like to. If you'd like to keep it
on Blackboard, right?
Secrets.
Yeah, I think you can also do it on roll 20, so up to you.
I mean, it's not as if like the information I want to communicate is like nobody should hear about, but like they're trying to sleep right now. I don't know if that would make sense to like share.
No, I feel like I as a character am coming as seeing if it was I don't want too many people to know about it at the moment because I know very little myself.
Yeah.
So out of game. That's why I waited for everyone to kind of fall asleep.
Okay. So did you want me to message you then?
Yeah, you can message me. That'll be fine.
Intrigue.
Yeah.
You should message me about it too.
You're gone.
They're up to something. Don't trust him.
You're dead.
Dargil doesn't necessarily. Dargil's seen a lot, so he doesn't necessarily believe Aristos is dead, but he believes that whatever form Aristos is in is not the kind we necessarily want.
Sounds accurate. Where's everyone else?
I am coping in the mess hall.
I am watching Dylan cope in the mess hall.
We enjoy a silent drink or two together, sharing knowing looks of those who've known loss.
I will talk to you now, Dylan, if everybody else is good. Yeah, so DeMarcus looks at you and asks, have you started to remember anything about your life over the last 10 or 20 years?
The past, decade or so is one large green blur, and then bits and pieces of what came before.
Do you remember the woman you married?
I hesitate for a minute and then say, yes, that I remember. Why do you ask?
Have you thought about your mother or your brother lately?
Both. Mostly the brother.
Have you talked to it?
I've not, but I've reached out to him. I haven't heard anything.
So he knows that you're alive, but you don't know if your mother knows that you're alive?
That sounds correct. In fact, I recall insisting that she not find out, but I'm sure that he knows.
Do you trust him?
Him I trust. Her not so much. Although I don't quite recall why.
Well, I can corroborate that you should try to keep the fact that you're still alive quiet for now.
Shouldn't be too hard since only the squad knows. Or does the squad know? Yeah, only the squad is aware of all of that baggage I carry with me. So we can keep it that way.
Do you trust them?
I have no reason not to.
Have you spoken with them about how important it is that your identity doesn't get revealed broadly?
I haven't felt the need, given that we only ever really seem to interact with one another, but I'll make it explicit sometime soon.
You should definitely talk to them. So I may not be around for very much longer. I don't know if I'm staying. I don't know what Queen Sibyl's plans are. But I follow her orders out of a sense of duty, although I would be very torn if I had to leave you here.
Oh, I'll be fine.
I don't know that you will.
Oh, I've managed so far, more or less by myself, and now I have several helping hands.
Yes, I think that you need the cleric very much, Leeward.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And less
I have to be honest, I am inclined to stay and take care of you. Why are you here doing these missions, putting yourself in this danger?
I was asked to.
What if I asked you to go home?
That I'm less inclined to do. For no other reason than the fact that I'm having a good time with these people.
It's a band of adventurers, then.
It's all I've ever wanted. Well, it was good having you around. Sad to see you go. Stay in touch.
I'm going to go to bed, but we'll talk about this later.
Sure.
You should get some rest.
I'll think about it. And then I down the cup and beckon for another.
So responsible.
Uh-huh.
The most exhausted member of our party.
We all heal in our own unique ways, you know?
I don't think that's healing. Gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, that's the addiction talking.
That's right.
While E is drinking, Ellison, who is a ranger from E's weekly trainings, comes up and says, "I heard about Aristos. I'm sorry for your loss."
I say thank you, and mention that very few of us here, I'm sure, are strangers to loss, and seems to come with the territory.
Yes, but he seemed like a very charming person.
I swallow
charismatic.
Charismatic. I swallow a chuckle and I agree, and I mention that I have a sneaking suspicion that that isn't the last we'll see of him, but of course I've been wrong about that kind of thing before.
You mean you think he'll somehow survive in the abyss?
In some form or another. Something
Sounds
about
like
the divine plan leads me to believe that changes don't come about quite so radically. But we'll see.
Didn't take you for a believer in divine plans.
When it suits me.
All right. Well, take
But-
care.
That aside, you do the same.
All right. And she goes back to her squad. All right. So with that, do we want to call it for that night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good
session. Falls
Time.
apart, falls asleep on the bearskin. DeMarcus goes up to his quarters that were given to him by Marin. And yeah, that is day 1. Congrats, everybody. Nobody died.
Yay!
Yeah.
Okay, so one question is narratively, is there anything that would keep you guys from just kind of having a recovery montage, if you will? Would people want immediately the next day to have conversations with people, in which case we can jump to those? Or do we want to just assume that you guys spent about a week getting over your corruption, your exhaustion, healing your wounds, and kind of, getting back in the swing of things, going to class, etc.?
I'd like to have a conversation with DeMarcus the next morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I think DeMarcus would spend the next day gone. He has to go talk to Queen Sibyl and do DeMarcus stuff. But he would be back later on in the week.
Okay.
And so on the second day, when he came back, he would have 2 things basically on him. John, if you'll let me do this, I think DeMarcus could afford it technically.
Okay.
He wants to have 2 scrolls of protection, which are available in the to buy list from the good Mr. Pickup. 1 scroll of protection would be a scroll of protection that would protect the person who has it against the fish people that we found in the abyss.
Okay.
The other scroll of protection would be a scroll of protection that would protect people against dinosaurs.
Do scrolls of protection work that way?
Yeah, I think I read up on it a night or 2 ago. It basically, oh shit, what was it? It gives you a certain amount of time where it's you're in a protective bubble basically.
From a particular
Whoa.
creature type.
Yeah.
What the shit?
You put it on there, man.
Did I put it on this list? Scroll
Yeah.
of protection.
Yep.
Why did I even let you guys have any of these scrolls? These are crazy. All right, sure, I'll allow it because
All right.
I'm. Yeah.
You've released the beast.
So he got those, and he's gonna leave 1 for Izzy when she wakes up on the second day, and 1 for Taryn when he wakes up on the second day, and each one of them is gonna have a note on it.
That's very sweet.
And the note just describes what it is, and it describes corruption to you. And the note apologizes that DeMarcus wasn't able to do more for Aristos, and he's sorry for that. And he talks about how he's lost a lot of people in the abyss too, and he can understand a bit about what it feels like. But in the meantime, those scrolls should make you feel more comfortable and safe given the kinds of corruption that you guys have suffered. That he could clearly pick up on by the way you guys were acting.
Yeah, I don't think either of us were subtle.
Wait. You think that was when I was scared of dinosaurs?
Yeah. So that's what he did in the meantime. DeMarcus talked to Sibyl, and he talked to Marin, and he gave you guys those things. And he's actually back at the guild on day 2.
Okay.
Nice.
So the idea is that DeMarcus left for 1 day and then came back the next day.
Back
So
on
on
the
that
second.
one, okay. So on that 1 day where DeMarcus is gone, does anybody have requests for things to do? Let's just get a turn order for this shit.
I'll talk to Tetherman. I left something
Okay.
with him a while ago that he said he would look into. I don't know if you guys have prepared that, but I'll go talk to him about that.
Okay. I can't remember what it is, but hopefully I did.
Cool.
What else?
Is there a way to not be corrupt anymore?
Yeah, it fades every day that you're in a place that's not
Oh,
corrupt.
okay.
So you're down to like 1 point of corruption after 1 day.
All right.
You can speed it up by reading Marcus Aurelius.
Correct.
All right.
Anybody else?
I mean, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just a more general thing. Like, Dargil has been becoming more intrigued by specializing in archery just because of shooting arrows a lot more. And he wants to talk to Zook at some point about hooking up with like more archery lessons, maybe from like the Fighters Guild side of things, or like integrating, roguish activity with more standard archery training, I guess.
Yeah. So basically, you would just go and talk to Master Ander, and that would be totally kosher here.
All right. There isn't like a specific archer who's like the archer of all the archers here in the guild.
Anna is a ranger, so she could teach you how to do ranger stuff. But no, I mean, the fighters could teach you, the rangers could teach you, anybody could teach you archery. But if you want to do points in fighter, then you'd have to go to Ander.
Sure.
Okay, I'll pencil you in with Ander.
Yeah.
I'd like to go speak to
Izzy?
Arvine.
Okay. Arvine. Anybody else?
It's been a long time, so I spend the whole day more effectively packing my bag and unpacking it and repacking it.
Okay.
Because I've unlearned wild cunning upon leveling up, and so I need to be more apt at unpacking my gear.
Ooh.
That's all.
You've unlearned it?
Well, I know 4 spells total, and I no longer wanted to know that as one of my level 1 spells, so I just ditched it.
So one thought, would you be running around your like normal running routes?
Yeah, here and
Or
there.
No. Okay. So I'll pencil you in for jogging around the city because there are things happening in the city. So if you want to be informed.
Yeah.
E-jog.
Karen's going to just head out and wander around the city a bit.
Okay.
Like no place in mind. He just wants to be around, kind of like a bustle, and away from the guild.
Sure. And okay. Taryn's gonna wander around the city. Who else are we missing? Is that it? I guess without DeMarcus, then yeah, it's the 5 people. Okay. Does Gorak want to do anything, Tim? Got any like narrative stuff for him? All right.
Gorak is having a very spicy.
I think Tim's muted himself, but that's fine. Anyway, so yeah, Vosner, let's do you first. So you go to Tetherman's office and meet with him. Let's see. Let me throw you up there. I actually have it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
My computer all froze down.
Oh, I will put you guys here, just so everybody can see it, since you're all hearing it anyways. And then we'll put, I guess maybe, can you see it even if you're not on there?
Yeah. Whatever
Okay.
tab you choose from the top is where we all see.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's what you're all seeing. Blah, 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 blah. Reveal the map. Reveal the map.
Map.
Oh, and I don't have Tetherman in here. Fuck me. 1 second. It's like converting this entire thing over into digital is a pain in the ass. All right, cool. All right, there's your tetherman. Wow, what a tetherman.
Ooh.
Top 10 tethers.
Yeah, I like. Very detailed. And I walk in and I say, greetings.
Hello, welcome.
Oh, wow.
For the record, the room you've entered into, you've been in it before in your trainings, but it's a little bigger than maybe I should have blown it up a little bit. But it's much more spacious than it seems when you walk in the door. It's naturey. He's got fully grown trees in here somehow, including a log and a pond in the corner. He's got like a little campfire lit in the center of the room, and then kind of like a shelf with stuff on it. But you can tell that it's basically like outdoors. If you look up to the ceiling, there are kind of like clouds in the sky almost.
Okay.
Very cool.
Very cool. And so I go and I ask, so we made it, but before I left you that small charm that I found and that I'm drawn to. I was wondering if you found out anything about it.
All right. I personally do not remember anything about this. What was the charm? What did it look like?
It was a small charm that I found in the forest right before I was invited to the guild, connected to some deity, and I'm drawn to it for some reason.
What does it look like?
It's a small wooden charm with it sort of looks like a face of a bearded man.
Okay. So
I have more details on it. How did I name it? Or I don't know what type of deity it's connected to, but I feel like there's a deity connected to it. I'm drawn to it. So.
Well, I guess Tetherman would say it's common for people to be drawn to items that seem powerful, but as druids, we gain our power from nature, and so we don't need much in the form of deities. Nature gives us all we need. So, as much as this trinket is, a nice thing to carry around with us, I don't think you necessarily need it.
That's what I was figuring. I was just wondering why it had such an effect on me, as if there was something trying to reach out.
Well, perhaps a deity is trying to reach out to you. It's not really my specialty, but many people who have come to this place were reached out to by a monitor, and maybe he's reaching out to you as well through this very item. I couldn't say.
Yeah. Hold on one second, guys.
No worries.
Hello.
If we want to switch to Dargill's scene, we can do that real quick, depending on how long it's going to take him. I don't know.
I have a whole scene.
Well, you're going to talk to Ander.
Yeah.
Unless you didn't want to talk to Ander.
No, I do. Just kind of good thing.
Oh, maybe he's.
We're getting food delivered. He's putting the dog in his crate.
Oh.
I'm gonna
So it'll
mute
be
my
quick,
microphone
probably.
real quick.
Okay. All right, so let's take people back to this level, and we'll put Ander in here. I know I have like a bunch of people in multiple places, but okay. So there's Ander, not as descriptive and pretty as the others, but So yeah, Ander asks, greetings. Yeah, I heard you wanted to see me.
I wish to accomplish an expertise in the weapon to hold up his +1 Elvish bow that's already seen some use. I wish to integrate this expertise with my already well-established roguish abilities.
Yes, there have been a number of people who have fused the power of stealth and finesse with the might and brute strength of a fighter. It is very possible, in fact, very potent. And so, anytime you would like to increase your abilities as a fighter, you just let Master Zook know that day you'll be training with me, and we will instead work on archery and those kinds of things in the style of a fighter rather than in the style of a rogue.
And Dargo also points out that he's witnessed a few cases of stealthy individuals wearing breastplates and would like to get better at some slightly heavier armor that won't detract from his
Yes,
stealthy.
well, that is one of the things that training as a fighter will do. We'll have to change your stance a little bit, but yes, by the time you're done training with me, you should be able to wield a bow, move quickly, and fire as quickly as any other rogue.
Is sniper a word that has any weight in medieval environment?
I would say roughly, but not as like a profession, just as kind of like a, I don't know, general term.
Concept.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. I'll practice shooting targets if he has any too.
Yeah, there are like racks of armor all around that you can practice shooting at. There are also targets out in the main yard that the rangers use for practice that I'm sure Master Anna wouldn't mind letting you use.
Cool.
Okay, and then he goes back to sparring with Gorak in the same room
for a bit. Since Gorak's still new.
Yeah, you can tell that Gorak is still kind of under the weather from the abyss, and he's getting his ass kicked.
I think to myself, maybe I could take it. But I wouldn't share that with him.
Fair enough, yeah.
Great.
Okay. Should we go back to Vosner? Is Garrett here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, Garrett, do you have anything else you want to discuss with Tetherman?
I was wondering if it would be possible. I felt a little useless in our battles. I didn't know how to support better my companions. So I was wondering if it was possible to maybe learn some things from the other circle of druids to be a little bit more versatile in the future.
Well, choosing a circle is a matter of committing oneself to a certain path. Unfortunately, druids of the moon are not necessarily the most versatile spellcasters, but you can support your group in certain ways. I've shown you how to turn into a panther, and that's useful for running down small creatures, anything a cat could hunt, but you can also turn into big creatures, elephants, mastodons, large beasts that can get in the way and save others just by being big and strong and standing next to your friends. Maybe that's something you should consider.
All right, I'll take that under advisement.
You also are, just developing your skills. I mean, you won't you're not meant to be able to save everyone and do everything at this level. It takes a while. You have a lot of potential, and I imagine in a few months you'll be able to really actualize a lot of that potential.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Hey, Garrett, just for reference, do you know what spells you're going to be taking at 5th level?
What spells?
Yeah, if you get 2 level 3 spells at 5th level, that'll be pretty significant for you.
Yeah, it just depends on if I prepare. I have access to all of them, right? I just prepare
Yeah,
them.
I can't remember how it works at Druids, but yeah, I mean, but it's just a thought I had was which ones were you thinking about using, etc. But we can get to that another time. I just thought if you had it off the top of your head.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have any off the top of my head.
Okay,
but
well, that
yeah,
might answer
probably
Osner's question, so to speak.
Yeah, I think it was just area of effect things to kind of control the battlefield. But,
Sure. Yeah.
I was looking into, at least out of character, looking into ways to not necessarily multi-class this character, but there's an option that I was reading about in I think a D&D Beyond article. I don't know if it's possible. So I'll talk to you outside of the
Okay, yeah. That works. Izzy and Arvine? Tim, I'm going to have you be Arvine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Cute.
Oh, I guess I can put them on the board. Let's put Arvine over here and Izzy here.
Yeah, so I know where Arvine's office is from the last time that I went up to speak to her.
Mm-hmm.
And I go up and knock on her door.
She's waiting for you outside.
Oh, okay.
Her office.
Well, then I turn and say good morning.
Good morning, Hilda.
I had some questions, I guess, remaining from our trip. I'm very grateful that we had the chance to go and try. But I don't understand some of the things that we saw and some of the things that we heard. I was told by something that Orestes was already dead. We never actually got to see him, so I don't know if that was true or not. But that maybe you had a way of knowing, or at least knowing that that was a lie.
I have some ability to call forth demons and ask questions of them, but there's only so much trust that comes from a demon.
Tim, your voice is good.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Ah, what the heck?
It's just like garbled.
You sound better now, though.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. All right, I turned over what I just said. Okay, so Arvine says, well, as a warlock, I do have the ability to call forth demons and try to get information from them, but they are, after all, demons, and even at best, it's guesswork trying to figure out when they're lying and when they're not. I can look into it more, but I think we will never know for sure what happens to a river. Short of finding his body.
I suppose that's to be expected. Alright. Well, if you learn anything, please let us know.
He'll be the first.
I'm sorry that we couldn't bring him back.
I am too. I'm sorry I couldn't go with you. But after all, Aristos made the decisions he made of his own accord, and you should not hold yourself responsible for the decisions that he made.
I think he would say the same thing. Thank
Yes,
you.
I suppose he probably would.
And I'll go. That's all I wanted to talk to her about.
Oh, okay, perfect. So now we have E jogging around the city. I don't have the entire city drawn in a map yet. So
Come on, Jim.
I know. It's like I had 5 days to do
There's
this.
like one thing to do.
Just like 1,000 things to do. Anyways, so on the jog, there's a few things that E would notice, even if he's kind of out of it. Important things. So if you're jogging around the guild in your normal run, I should have made a map for this, but there's essentially the guild is in the center of town, and as you run around doing laps kind of around the base of the guild, but kind of through the city streets,
The streets.
the streets, you would run through various kind of sections of the city, at least corners of the parts of the city. Anyways, so in the old town, which is kind of sketch, he is here, right? So,
Yeah.
Okay. You would see a lot more commotion, a lot more people walking around than normal, kind of like getting to work and to business and kind of like gearing up and like wagons coming through.
Must
So
be a
it's
virus
all-
coming around.
Right. It's much more hustle and bustle than you're used to seeing, especially this early in the morning. As you're running through the trade district, you see a lot fewer caravans and like wagons, and a lot more crates, naval crates dropped off. And then as you're running through kind of the docks quarter, you see like insane amounts of activity. Ships are like wood is being dragged, down the street, by horses, and they're clearly using it to build all sorts of things. So there's just a ton of commotion going down in the docks, though you don't run to the docks to see it, but you just get the feeling that like there's a lot going on that way.
All right. So a lot going on in Old Town, a lot going on at the docks, and then in the trade district, I just see a lot of crates being unloaded.
Right. And then, so that's kind of the general information. And then, you spend the rest of the time packing and unpacking your bag in the guild hall, and you just keep getting it smaller and smaller. It's kind of an impressive situation. It's a real, IKEA moment.
Let's see just how small right here. Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but you've got all day. You're re-rolling that until you get like 5 nat 20s in a row.
Got it.
Okay. So that's E's day. Taryn, where are you going to wander in the city?
Probably the foreign district is always like busy and exciting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he'll head.
Okay, so you walk into Foreign District. You see the normal things. The stores, the shops are kind of getting running. There's a guy faintly calling for you to buy drift globes in the distance.
We're still going to get those.
There's, kind of standard trade stuff. Lots of people walking around, relatively happy. It seems like, in the kind of gloom that follows, the all of the people leaving the city after the Queen was here has kind of faded, and things are back to normal, and the city seems to be thriving.
All right. He just kind of wanders around it for a while, just kind of like in his own little world. but the people seem to energize him a little bit, and he's in a little bit better of a mood when he gets back.
Okay. All right. So, do we want to have anything for the evening, or do we want to just assume it's a normal rounded out day and then start with day 2? What do you guys want?
If I run into squad mates in the barracks at some point, I'd like to point out both the crazy commotion that I noticed while running around town and just seeing if there's anything anyone knows about that in our squad. And then at some point, I'd like to reiterate to the whole squad, I don't need to actually do this, but reiterate to the whole squad what DeMarcus implored me to do about protecting my identity and not letting anybody outside of our squad know all of that kerfuffle.
So I'll just say you guys meet up in the evening back at your barracks for like a little powwow, and you share that information, and maybe, this is just a good time for people to chit chat and figure out where they're at.
I looked through Maristus's clothes and armor one more time, looking for a keepsake, but don't find anything.
Yeah, there's nothing to be found.
But
Poor buddy.
I stop by Aristus's desk at some point and then look up to everyone else and ask, will there be a ceremony?
I groan and go, ceremonies. Ugh.
There's no body.
To use. Well, something for his memory.
I can only assume that they would.
Yes, I'm sure the
And we will
nobles
keep your...
would.
Yeah. Right. We'll keep your identity secret, Your Highness. And I dramatically bow.
Don't say that. Don't do that.
Indeed, Your Majesty. And I bow again.
I groan once again.
But that's strange with the city kind of being all strange.
Strange is right. Yeah, I didn't know what to think about it, so I figured I'd mention it to you all.
I don't know anything about the cycle of the city or when there's festivals or big seasons of different things. It could be normal for this time of year.
Spring cleaning.
Maybe.
Or something.
I don't know. What season
Did it
is
look like they were preparing for something? Did you ask anyone anything?
I'm going to say it's spring.
Nice.
Okay. So,
is it like the equivalent of the time right now?
Sorry, what?
The time of year in the game is sort of like synchronous. It's sort of like our time right now.
Oh, no, because you guys have only been a squad for 3 months, so.
It's also Mediterranean weather, right?
You're kind of cutting out. I couldn't hear you.
Is it the weather in Moscow is like Mediterranean, right?
Yeah, it's hot. It's warmer. Yeah, Mediterranean weather.
Okay. Wonder if everyone's preparing for something.
seems to be.
I guess we can go check it out maybe tomorrow. And the guildmasters probably have something going on for a wedding of some sort, or a ceremony of some sort.
A wedding.
Everyone's getting married, guys.
It is spring.
Yeah. Dargel's getting married to the skull over here.
I implore him to back off.
You could do the honors.
Oh, you know what? I think it's a good idea. We should go around town because I have a couple abyssal Allosaurus skulls that I could use to fetch some coin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you think you dragged those out unconsciously?
Could you?
Wait, what do you mean?
Weren't you unconscious when we got zapped?
They were in his pack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you show me those over the bear rug so it's like a coin collection moment?
Yeah, we lay them out and inspect the teeth. And
I couldn't say Aristus, but we really got our priorities here.
well, Aristus wouldn't have cared for these, so all the more reason to enjoy them.
So ridiculous.
I grab my ocarina and start playing on the bear rug.
Nice.
Ocarina of Time.
So is this the second day then?
So you guys just did the first day. So if you guys just stay the night or just sleep now, then yeah, we'll start the second day.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you want to do?
I just want to wait until DeMarcus gets back and talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys have nothing else you want to chit-chat about or anybody else you want to see this evening, then we can just start day 2.
I want to chat with Izzy for a half sec.
Okay. Go for it.
And I'll say that, well, I know that we all fought really hard in the abyss and we couldn't rescue him, but I want you to know that you did a great job. The best you could.
I appreciate that. I had prepared to do a lot more, and I felt like I didn't really get the chance to do that, but after sleeping on it, I think DeMarcus made the right call.
Yes. There is no sense for all of us to die.
Yeah, I don't think all the spell scrolls from Pickenip could save us at that point, so... As
It's
prepared
true.
as I felt, I don't think it would have made a difference.
No, I understand. I just don't want you guys, or I don't want to. I know you struggled the last time where a couple of us have fallen, so I just wanted to check up on you,
I appreciate
see
that.
how you were doing.
It's always hard when you can't save a friend. And I apologize for my outburst in the guild hall. I was very frustrated.
It's only understandable. I know for me, it's hard for me to not necessarily understand where people are coming from, but nature has a way with keeping everything, I don't know, even in a sense. Everything has its place, and everything has a chance to survive. Doesn't mean it happens, but everything has a chance. But going to that place, I see that there are times and choices that people make that tip the odds. And I think the odds were tipped against Aristos, either by his doing or by someone else, or something else. So
Perhaps.
I just want you to know, I want to make sure that I'm helping the best I can, and I don't want to seem cold.
No, you don't seem cold. I appreciate your appreciation. It means a lot.
Paco pops out and offers you a acorn.
Thank you, Paco.
All right. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Anybody else want to have a chat or anything before going to bed?
Dargil just walks over to Chris's desk one last time and leaves a carved figure from the toe bone of the monster from way back,
Oh.
and carved in the shape of a warlock casting a spell.
Cute.
Cool. Okay. So we'll just say that it's the the night passes, and it's the morning of the second day, the day that DeMarcus was set to arrive back. DeMarcus, would you come and meet them at their barracks, or are you thinking like in the cafeteria maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Just throw you in the old cafe. All right, so the rest of you wake up, and when you go for breakfast, you find DeMarcus there. I'll just throw you guys all in there.
Nice.
You guys can take your eating order. I don't care, but there you go.
Perfect. I would sit opposite Marcus if I could.
I'll sit opposite Taryn, or I'll sit next to Taryn. That's fine too. Keep him.
I'll sit next to E, wherever he is.
Yeah, we're good.
His Majesty.
I glare at you if you say that out loud.
I teach Plotko how to bow to you.
Oh my god.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Yeah. I mentioned that you should talk to this guy, and I point over my left shoulder, and I say, "Yeah, talk to him if you want to keep that up, because apparently it's not such a good idea."
We're in the guild.
Outsiders are everywhere, even in your own home, from time to time.
As you guys are talking, I'm not really like, in your conversation. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Sure.
But as you sit down, I do just kind of like cordially greet all of you, somewhat somberly. But that's when I pull out of my bag the two gifts, and I give one to Taryn, and I give the other to Izzy. They're kind of wrapped up, and I say, I got both of these for you. It's not exactly fair to call them gifts after what we went through, but I hope that they help you. And we do have some things to talk about if you are all feeling up for it and rested.
I thank him and immediately open it to see what it is.
Excitedly, like a child.
A little somber, but also like a little bit of that like childish excitement like shows through.
Nice.
And then I thank him again and put it in my.
I don't open mine.
Taryn, Dragonborn speak Infernal, right?
No.
Oh, they don't? Okay, sorry.
They speak Draconic and.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And so I start talking, and I say that yesterday I've spoken with Queen Sibyl, and I spoke with Marin, and I will, regardless of how this conversation plays out, be remaining in the city for a few different reasons. Marin has invited me to stay here, as Queen Sibyl may leave eventually at short notice because she has some important business going on elsewhere. But she's also asked me to stay here for different reasons. Sibyl wants me to keep an eye on some situations in the city that are developing, and I have to obey those orders. I'm happy to do so. And Marin, in the meantime, has asked me if you would accept me to join this guild, and at least for a time to occupy a place in the Bear Squad. But I realized that you can't just join a squad of fighters like this out of nowhere, and that trust takes a long time. So if you trust me enough to let me start working with you, then I would be honored and grateful to do that, because for a few reasons I do think that I should stay here and help.
Well,
I remark that you are already easy to trust because you bear a lot of likeness to our old friend Aristos, namely in the form of look and the way your voice sounds. So,
Amazing.
I mean, I say, well, we've been through hell and back, so, you know, that counts for something.
I'm pretty quiet at first, and I look at him across the table and I say, I think that is a good idea. And I apologize for my reaction a couple days ago. It was uncalled for.
You don't at all have to apologize. I completely understand. And thank you for letting me join. I promise that I'll do everything I can to not replace your old friend, but at least to help you as you recover and as you go forward with your missions.
I think that's a good idea.
Marin's invited me to stay in order that your bear squad can be successful as it goes forward in its missions. And Sybil and I have agreed that it might be a good idea for me to train with your master paladin Dorn for a number of reasons.
For the record, Matt, you've also been tasked here, and you would share this partially because of growing concerns about the cult of Cyric and your interest with, dealing with demonic stuff, the abyss, etc., and then also with cults, makes you kind of good at dealing with, cults. You have kind of know a lot about, demonic inspired people. So anyways, that's also like the reason why Marin would want you to stay around. And he knows that Bear Squad has been dealing with certain missions involving the cult of Cyric, and so he thinks it's very fitting that you go with him. So anyways, that would have been a conversation you would have had in more concrete terms, and so you could share that.
Okay, what John said.
That makes sense.
Cool.
Yeah, I have a list of like 6 reasons why I want to stay. And,
DeMarcus, you mentioned that the Queen was interested in you staying at the guild because of something to do with developments in the city. That wouldn't have anything to do with the sudden uptick in deliveries in the docks and buildings being constructed. Let's see here, in the Old Town and in the Trade District, would it?
Certainly would. Recently, there was a vote. It's one of the things that happened that Queen Sybil was here for on business, and the vote was in favor, among all the ruling families of Mossstone, to construct a militarized navy so that the Lockwater shipping could be, or the Laventhorpe shipping could be more fruitful and productive out of the harbor.
Ooh. Forgot about that.
Militarizing the shipping is an enormous undertaking, and there are some factions within the city that don't quite agree with it. From what I understand, there's a band of caravan traders whose entire business model will be threatened by this, and they're quite unhappy. I believe they're called the Lockwaters. But anyway, I'm here to keep an eye on all of these developments and to report back to Queen Sybil.
Do you expect, since you'll be with us, that we'll get roped into this, let's say, political intrigue in Mossstone?
Not necessarily just because I'm here. I can do that business on the side, and I'm mostly here to just keep an eye on things on the ground. For all intents and purposes, I'll be a member of your squad more than a political operative. I'm just here to keep my eye on the situation, which I think, given your position in the guild that I'm now invited to, I imagine that all the information will flow quite freely through here, and I'll learn as much as I can by being a member of this group.
We're looking forward to it.
But we may be roped into political situations, but not necessarily because I'm here, but because the political situations are overriding.
I groan.
Honestly, I'm not interested in the politics of the city. I am just following orders, essentially.
Understood.
I will quietly open the present and read the note and such in silence.
I think in this lull, John, everything that you said about the demon stuff and the cult of Sirik and that being a reason that I'm here, I totally am on board with that. I don't think for everyone else, as far as RP goes, I don't think DeMarcus would have brought that up, though. Not necessarily to keep it a secret, but out of kind of sensitivity about the whole demon cult thing right now.
Sure, but alternatively, he might also want to know what the Bear Squad knows. Hence,
he absolutely does, but I don't think that he would have.
Just wanted you to have that information.
Yeah, he certainly does. He wouldn't poke it right now, though.
Okay. And so while this is all happening, Tenzi, who is one of the warlocks from Turtle Squad, is going to approach you guys and try to give her condolences. She says, hello. I know most of you don't know me, but I worked with Aristos, or at least I trained with him, and well, he was not very kind or didn't seem to care for anyone else, but it's sad that he's gone. So my condolences.
It seems like you knew him just as well as we did.
I scowl at Vosner.
You scowl at her?
At Vosner.
Oh, fair enough. And she kind of like stands there for a bit and doesn't really know what else she's supposed to do, and then kind of just walks back to her squad awkwardly.
But like
I say thank you.
I will say thanks for the thing.
Yeah, she kind of like smiles and waves as she's walking away.
DeMarcus curiously kind of surveys the situation, and he asks, "Do the squads work together often here?"
No.
Not really, no.
We train with our respective classes, but we don't work together
How is
on
it
missions.
that you pick which missions to go on?
Well, they're posted on a board, and we choose as a group. I don't know. We had Aristos had strong opinions about the sort of things that he was interested in, and they were all very important things. So we've done a lot to do with the political going-ons of the city and quests that had to do with the noble families. But we can do anything, really. I suppose at some point we have to choose a new one and do that again. Seems wrong.
Has anyone spoken with Marin about when he expects Bear Squad to take missions? Because certainly the missions that you take are important. It's an important service to the city and for the good of everyone, what you're doing.
I like to think so as well. But no, I haven't spoken to Marin. Maybe we should do that.
We haven't.
Well, I don't want to rush anyone into doing anything that they're not ready for. So don't let my presence here deter you. There's plenty for me to do. And like I said, I still have to talk to Dorn and perhaps begin training with him if he'll take me. But whenever you're ready, I'm ready to join.
All right.
I think it would be a good idea to keep ourselves busy now. I don't want to spend too much time in my own head after that.
That makes sense, Taryn. Would you like to choose what we do?
I think that's fair.
Taryn nods.
All right. Kind of out of game. Do we have major training stuff that we have to do to level up?
It's minor. Basically, Tim and I were gonna take turns having you have really brief interactions each with your trainers. Just kind of like a in-person version of the training session thing, but really, really short.
But probably before we take another quest.
Yes. Yeah, definitely before you take another quest. Yeah, you guys haven't picked anything, so I haven't prepared any major
Right.
quests for you guys yet. I also haven't written out a quest board. Maybe Tim and I can throw one together. Alternatively, we could take requests if you guys have an idea for like a thing.
Yeah, I've got an idea. So there's this mine.
Lots of dead dwarves.
A mine. They call it a mine. Anyways. Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I'm just thinking Lord of the Rings. Okay. Yeah, so seriously though, if you guys want, if you're like, I really want to storm a goblin hideout, that's something we can do. Anyways, just thoughts.
Explore the city.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I think
then
we should talk to Marin as well. Just about the state of things with Aristus's family, and we have a lot to do on that end as well, I think. Just to check in with him and make sure it's being done.
Yeah. So if you guys want to meet with Marin, is that next then?
I think so.
Sure.
Maybe let's get a list, kind of like we just did a little bit ago, of things you'd like to do. So meet Marin's one. What else?
Nice. I'm down for punching things.
Punching things? Oh, training?
Either training or going and I don't know, low stakes kill a bunch of goblins or something.
Oh well, I'd have to plan that out for next time.
Next
I was just saying, if you guys have ideas for quests you'd like to do. Otherwise, Tim and I can conjure them up, and then you guys can pick from them.
I would say talking to Marin, probably going into the city.
Okay.
Training.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do Marin, then training, then you guys go to the city the next day. How about that?
Okay.
Okay. So you guys go up to the library. It's the second floor. And Marin is hanging out in his area. And then I guess I'll just assume all of you came. So you walk into his very stunning library and see all of the, beautiful bookshelves, very tall. And then Marin is sitting there kind of amidst a bunch of books, reading as he does. And Tim, you're up.
Yes. What can I do for you, Bear Squad?
Oh, well, I don't really know how to say this, but we were wondering what the guild has done to speak with Aristus's family and the other noble houses about his disappearance.
Indeed, yes. You notice Marin's face has kind of fallen somewhat. I'm afraid that as of this morning, I have some grave news. It seems that upon receiving word of the disappearance of her son, Madame Regius threw herself from the roof of the manor.
Fuck.
Jeez.
A young man who I'm led to understand was the cousin of Aristus Regius, met with the council in the town, made them aware of circumstances, and, to the best of my knowledge, has left town now, leaving the Regius family virtually non-existent as far as Mossstone is concerned.
What will happen to his business, his manor, his lineage?
Yes, well, the manor house, as far as I know, will be either appropriated by the council or perhaps by the local temples. The mine, to the best of my knowledge, has become overrun, and so the business is more or less destroyed. As near as I can tell from what I've gathered from her people, the Regius family is essentially broke. So there is business to speak of.
I'm listening.
That's difficult news to hear.
Yes, I'm sorry to have to be the one to bring it to you.
Izzy kind of just goes quiet and looks distraught.
Is there something else I can help you with, Bear Squad?
DeMarcus kind of notices sort of like the difficulty that the squad has talking about this, and he sort of steps in front and he says, "No, I think that will be all for today, Master Baron. Thank you very much. We'll leave you now."
Bear Squad, we're glad to have you back, but do take the time you need to recover and however you see fit. But as soon as you're ready to get back out there, please do let me know.
Of course. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure we will be back soon enough.
Indeed. DeMarcus, good to have you as part of the team.
It's an honor to be here, Master Marin. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, if there's nothing else, then... He looks at you all expectantly while you're all standing in his library.
I think we will go back to our teachers then and pick up where we left off.
Ah, a wise decision.
Thank you. And she exits.
I follow her out.
Yeah, do the same.
Okay. So then, basically, we have the trainings now, which is we figured we'd just do a one-on-one where you could have a conversation with the particular master of your training, and then just questions about your new abilities. So the first one up is Vosner, who just had a conversation with Tetherman, kind of about his abilities. So we might have some overlap here, but maybe just some questions if you have some about your new abilities or spells. Tetherman informs you, right away that you've gained some new powerful spells.
Yes. I did wonder what other things that I could shape into. You said big things would be helpful.
Yes.
Would I have to see them first?
Oh, well, of course, but I'm sure you've seen lots of exotic animals in your travels.
Yeah. What about ones from the abyss?
Well, yes, if they're beasts, you can do it. In the abyss, there are only a few beasts that I know of: apes, dinosaurs, other types like that.
Yes. There are quite a bit of dinosaurs there.
Oh, yeah. Well, you saw some then. Well, if that's the case, then why don't you show me? Turn into one.
I turned into a T-Rex. Did we fight a T-Rex?
You did fight a T-Rex, and
Yes.
you try to turn into a T-Rex, but it's not quite right.
Does it have
Just
feathers?
because, no, just because
like a
the
freaky
T-Rex.
bird monster. Your heart attack.
No, it's not quite gross or anything, but the T-Rex is far too difficult and too big of a monster, or too big. Its CR is like way too high for you. So you turn into kind of like a miniature version of one, but it's not super effective. And Tetherman laughs. He says, "Wow, you fought a T-Rex. That's very impressive."
Almost. Yeah. We survived. So.
Well, that very few people fight a T-Rex and live to tell the tale. That's a formidable beast.
Is there when would I be able to master this form?
I'm not entirely sure a druid, even a master level druid, could ever fully turn into a T-Rex. I mean, they are one of the nature's most formidable beasts. That said,
Mightiest
turn
beasts.
into things into something similar, and perhaps one day you will be able to do it. Did you fight any other dinosaurs on your travels?
I guess I turned into an Allosaurus then, or whatever it was.
Yeah, so you successfully do that. He says, "Wonderful. Yes, this is what I anticipated. This is one of the few beasts that are also dinosaurs that druids can shapeshift into at your level. So yes, that's very good. I think you'll find that an Allosaurus is very similar to a cat in terms of its abilities and strengths, but also its weaknesses. So be careful. You might want another type of transformation in your back pocket in case you want to help your friends in those ways." That said, an Allosaurus is one of the fastest beasts there is. I think you could find yourself transforming into one if you need to get out of a place quickly. Something to consider.
All right. Well, I guess the one thing would be what would be the best for supporting my friends as far as big old beasties.
I think we could look at it. I don't have like things off the top of my head, but I'm thinking things like bears are quite good. I don't know. There's just bigger creatures that actually have a large size might be good because they would occupy 4 squares. Could clear up some space. Anything with a really high AC. So we could look at the monster table and see what we can come up with. But I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Okay. Good.
Okay. And then also you can cast certain new spells now. Things you might want to look into. I think you can do, like. I don't know. I think you can do tidal wave now. That's pretty powerful. Water breathing, water walk, a lot of interesting things for water navigation. So things to consider.
Lightning bolts. Looks like. Stone. Well, we're at 3rd level spells, right?
Yeah, you have 2 3rd level spells as a druid.
Yeah.
So
walk, speak with animals, or speak with plants.
I think that's our lower level spells, but I'm not sure. Okay, so then we'll do Dargil talking to Master Zook.
Before that, can I ask you a meta question?
Yep.
Is there any way I can ride an Allosaurus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
I think I have a conversation to save for later.
Okay.
Yeah, so I won't keep from Zook, my intention to meld a new approach in my fighting style. Well, that's not hiding that from him or anything. I guess I seek his advice as to how to best go about integrating the training.
Oh, yeah. So I guess Zook would say something, about making sure that you have adequate training as a rogue and as an assassin, and really get all of the things out of it before you start switching into and mastering other forms of battle. That said,
Basically, yeah.
so yeah, I mean he's open to it as well. He has no problem with it. Zook tells you of many people he knows, assassins, who have picked up abilities in different arts. People who specialize in magic, people who specialized in, tinkering and all sorts of weird things to aid in their ability to become good assassins. So
I also asked, I guess I inquired to Zook if he ever knew a rogue who dabbled in fighting in a more standard training and could find a particular style with the styles in combat where like they would actually pick up a shield when needed and stuff like that.
Well, it's a strange combination to be quick and ranged and use a shield. Those things seem a little bit at odds with each other, but anything is possible with enough training.
Well, I guess like based to be flexible given the opponent you're against, right? Like when it's time to drop the bow, bring out the shield or whatever. I guess I'm telling him that I want to be sort of experimental to some degree, but
sure. I would tell you that while it's one thing to be sort of one-dimensional in your approach, or maybe two-dimensional in your approach when it comes to being a good assassin, when it comes to being a member of a squad, sometimes versatility is something best left for others. Maybe sometimes it's best to be very good at one thing so that you fill in a hole in a particular group. Leave the shield and tanking for those who are better at taking hits, and stay in the back and do the damage where you're meant to be. But,
we'll focus on
choose our own fates.
Focus on the bow is my intention, but I'm just weighing my options. Also, I learned an uncanny dodge, so I imagine whatever training I had to get to that point took some time, and so. Yeah,
so he would teach you how to dodge in the middle of combat, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
good one.
Very cool. Okay. So Izzy is up next with Chandra. Tim, you go.
You find. Oh, actually, we have the Hall of Gods in here, right?
Yeah. Let me put it up for you. Oh, you guys are already there.
Yeah, it's just up at the top, right?
Yep. Oh, wow. All right, cool.
Jeez.
All right. So you find Chandri standing there amongst the Hall of the Gods, kind of idly reading out of a book.
Good morning.
Izzy. I've arranged to meet with you privately today. Why, considering circumstances, and I feel a little bit as though I owe you an apology. Recently, I feel as though we've grown a little distant.
Well, I've had a lot on my mind, and I mean, a lot has happened to our class as well, with Pansy and Porter both leaving.
Indeed.
But I don't mean to be distant from you, and I felt terrible, honestly, stepping through the portal and thinking about maybe not returning to you, even though I had made peace with it myself. Didn't want you to lose any more clerics.
Yes, I suppose on some selfish level I felt the same way.
Well, I'm here now, so
Yes, well, I thought perhaps today we could work on a very special spell. I think you've finally reached the point at which you are ready for it. She reaches into her pouch and pulls out this glittering gem stone she hands you. There is a way, limited as it may be at your skill level, for you to bring people dead back to life. You will consume this.
Izzy looks stunned.
Now, you should know, philosophers for some time have asked questions about how exactly this works, but it appears that all who die and are brought back have to get passed by a monitor in some way, and a monitor is nothing if not fair. So I can't promise that this spell will always work. At times, a monitor in his infinite wisdom decides not to bring a person back, no matter how much we pray.
It would be nice at least to have a piece of hope, though, you know?
Indeed, hope is often enough to get us through. So, shall we try it?
Yes. Certainly.
She goes over to a crate that's sitting there and opens the top of it, and inside is a like a weasel, like a little rodent type thing.
Buddy, no.
It's not gonna get good. And Chandra says, "You'll have about a minute after the creature dies to pray for it to come back. And you should know, by the way, any limbs or any pieces lost, you can't regenerate those with this prayer. But if the body is intact, you can bring them back."
Did you say can or can't?
Can't, like, regenerate limbs? Is that what you're asking? That part? Yeah, it cannot regenerate limbs.
Oh, okay.
So I'm afraid if one of your friends is missing an arm and dies, you can bring them back, but not with their arm.
That's fair, I suppose.
She grips the weasel and just snaps its neck.
No.
And then drops it at your feet in front of you.
What do I do?
Now, use the focus and pray.
All right. I follow instructions. Pray to Ilmater.
Yeah, Chandri kind of closes her eyes, and you can kind of tell she's praying alongside you. And sure enough, the weasel hops to its feet and skitters off into the Hall of Gods.
Dramatized.
Chandri kind of sort of clicks her tongue and goes, "Well, I should have thought to grab it before it ran away. I'm going to have a devil of a getting it out of the Hall of Gods."
I think it had a hard enough time already with us doing that once.
Indeed. Well done, Isolde. Again, I wish I could promise a more effective spell, but at your level, this is the best we can do.
It is good enough. And thank you for teaching me that.
Indeed. That's probably enough for today. This spell takes quite a bit of energy.
Ask you one other question?
Of course.
I have noticed that in times where there's like a lot of stress going on, it's hard for me sometimes to act like a cleric. I have always had a bit of like anger, and I've had some difficulty with that and the squad over the last couple months with like a necromancer and some other people. How do you keep so calm all the time?
Well, I don't know that one could rightly say that I in fact do. I suppose I'm grateful to hear that you actually think I'm calm all the time. I don't always feel as though I portray that well. But I think part of it might simply be a matter of who we are as people. And I think also some of it might be a matter of our gods. A monitor is dispassionate fairness, and so as his cleric, I strive to emulate that. But your god, Ilmata, actually well known for at times allowing his anger to get, well, some might say, out of control. The issue is not having anger. The issue is making sure that you use your anger effectively and towards the right people.
Yeah, I don't know if I've done that well either.
Mm-hmm. Well, depending on the stories you believe, it's not clear either. But so long as we strive to be better, I suppose there's some value in that.
That's fair. Well, I will try my best to maybe learn how to embrace it, but in a good way when it comes, and not attack people that are on my side.
That's probably wise.
Yeah.
Anything good?
No, that's all. Thank you very much. I will hope that that comes in handy when it has to happen.
If I could make a wish, it would be that you never have to use this spell, but you've already seen that's not always the case.
I don't think I'm that hopeful.
Yes. Very well.
She exits.
Okay.
Is that Annie?
Yeah, she
Now that-
Flying ducks attack. The group roll for initiative.
She saw Sam playing with a toy with a cat, and she went running and got her squeaky toy.
Aww.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do E next, and then Tim can finish with Taryn, and then we'll do whatever the hell else we want to do. Oh, wander the city stuff. Okay.
And do you want DeMarcus to have one today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to do Dorn, that's totally fine.
Yeah, he could talk to Dorn. It's
Just a
not
little chit-chat.
super critical given DeMarcus's leveling situation. So,
Yeah.
we'll just,
Yeah, he could teach you how to smite since you didn't use that once in the Abyss.
Yeah.
Hashtag shade. All right, sorry.
So much shade.
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry. Didn't mean it.
I smited that dinosaur, man. What are you talking about?
It's radiant damage. It's special. Anyways, doesn't matter. You did smite a dinosaur.
Smite is smut, by the way.
No. I was looking forward to the smut that you would produce in the Abyss, and you didn't come through. That's all I was trying to say. Okay, so E, we'll throw you in your training area. Do. That's the transition. That's the transition noise for.
Nice.
Beep, bap, beedle, doo, 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 doo. It's kind of Seinfeld-esque. Fuck, why am I so bad at this? All right, hold on.
You're doing fine, John.
No.
We should just have
I'd be
Seinfeld-
doing finer if I'd actually pre-made all the characters in the right order, but get out there. Yeah. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. And then, where are you at? There you are.
There I am.
Long name. Huzzah. So, just so you guys know, this is like what I've been seeing in my head when I describe all this shit through all of your trainings.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so anyways, this is off kind of outside the side of the guild, essentially. And on this kind of on outside, and where Enna would prefer to be because she's a ranger,
Of course.
there's these targets set up at range where usually the rangers practice together. And Enna agreed to. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Anna. Long time no see.
Yes, you've been away for some while now.
It's felt like a while. I certainly feel like a lot has changed in that time also.
Yes, I don't believe I've seen you since you ventured into that dwarven mine, and I've heard that a lot of things have changed since then.
Indeed, yeah. So you know that I start my days by taking these long runs around town. And I noticed during those times when I'm wandering around town, certain tingling sensations alerting me to the presence of certain objects. And part of me feels as though they're traps, and part of me is curious just if they're random objects alerting me of their presence. And so what I'm getting at outside of that is that level 5 earns me locate object or find traps. And I was curious if I could use locate object to locate traps in particular, as well as everything else that it lets me to find. So like apparel, jewelry, tool, weapons. Yeah.
Oh, so as a druid or as a ranger spell.
Yeah, I can send you it.
I got D&D Beyond. You can just look it up. Hashtag
D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond. Yeah, hopefully you guys are using that shit because it's super. I mean, it's all purchased, so you're good to go. Yeah, so basically you can locate a specific object known to you as long as you've seen it up close within 30 feet. Yeah, you can locate it as long as it's within 1,000 feet of you.
Right, and it also says the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, and I was wondering if trap is a particular kind of object.
Oh. I believe it's an object that's familiar to you, so you can't just locate any and all traps because they'd have to be like your favorite trap that you placed yourself.
All right.
It's more for like if somebody stole your bag of coins, you could quickly cast that spell and find who has it. It's kind of that kind of magic. It's utility. And then locate, or you can find traps. That's like a different spell, right?
Right, yeah. I was wondering if I could get the benefits of one and the benefits of the other by just picking the one, but yeah.
That's not how spells work. Otherwise, they'd be poorly designed. The find traps is more of a defensive thing you do in a dungeon, whereas the locate object is probably more of an RP thing. I mean, maybe they could have crossover in both situations, but that would be my suggestion.
Fair enough.
And then the big thing that Enna is going to teach you is how to shoot an extra time. And so now, as a level 5 ranger, when you attack, you can attack one target. Say you're using your bow, you can use shoot one target, and then you could use Horde Breaker, and then you could shoot another target. If you're using your swords, you can use your main hand, you can use your offhand, you can use your main hand again, and then you could use Horde Breaker.
Oh my! So
for
that's
a total of 4 attacks. If you're using your swords, you can do basically 4 attacks, one of which is your offhand. And then if you're using your bow, you can do essentially 3 attacks. That's assuming that Horde Breaker applies, right? That there's a monster within 5 feet of the target you're attacking.
Right. So that doesn't mean action, bonus action, main hand, offhand, and then action, bonus action again, main hand, offhand, just one more action, main hand.
Correct. Yeah, that was one of the things we looked up early on to make sure, because you can only have one bonus action, so your offhand attack counts as your bonus action for the turn.
Roger that.
Yeah, but 4 attacks at level 5 when you're up next to 2 monsters is pretty good.
It'll do something.
Yeah.
And so then,
That'll do
with Anna, upon her teaching me this, I draw my bow and I load up 3 arrows simultaneously because it's theatrical for a main attack, a second attack, and a horde breaker, and I send them
Roll.
flying. Yeah,
Roll for him.
the 3d20.
Yeah.
Oh no!
So you load up all 3 and aim at the target, and the first one goes wide. The second one actually hits, and the third one actually hits.
All right. I say 2
she
out of 3. I
laughs.
bet. Yeah.
She laughs. She says, "Well, at least it looked really cool." And then she loads up like 5 arrows, and all of them hit the bullseye. No, I'm just kidding.
And I scowl. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, she would, because she can do volley, I think, which would hit all 5 targets at the same time.
That is gnarly.
Anyways,
I
this
nod
one day.
impressed. Yeah.
And then, as she says, "Is there anything else you want to talk about?"
I can't help myself. So I pull the 2 abyssal allosaurus skulls out of my pack, and I ask her.
Wow.
I glow with her subtle praise, and I ask her if she knows what these might fetch at one of the shops in town, because my crew wants ballista.
Yeah, I'm not sure a shop in town would even know how to price something like this. I mean, it's essentially one of the rarest possible things. Now, if you'd, I don't know, hunted and found some leeches in the abyss, those go for a lot. But as far
In
as
my head, I go,
Allosaurus skulls go, it's kind of problematic. They're not edible. If you eat them, terrible things will happen to you. That's just a product of them being from the abyss. In fact, you probably shouldn't be touching those without gloves. That said, the skull itself is worth approximately what a dinosaur skull would be worth anywhere, I suppose, though it perhaps has the chance of haunting or corrupting anybody who sits near it. So whoever ends up carrying that thing around with them might run the risk of suffering some ill fate. But yeah, I would sell that immediately, and not to somebody you like.
Noted. Oddly enough, one of my close friends at our squad keeps a nightmare totem with him at all times, so I'm sure that there's a market for such things as abyssal skulls.
Is that the same one that was recently catatonic due to nightmares?
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, I wouldn't give it to anybody you care about.
I have 2 things to say, if I can. So the nightmare idol is now destroyed. I don't think I would throw it in the fire. But secondly, I was going to tell you at some point, John, like whenever I awoke from my catatonia, I was like screaming so loud that the entire village could pretty much hear from the room.
Yeah, that was the assumption, was that it was kind of an event, which is why the masters are aware of it.
Yeah.
Noted.
Okay. Any more questions?
No, I think that'll do it.
Okay, wonderful. Tim, you're up with Terran's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you meet up with Terran. You notice he's moving kind of stiffly, like he's sore. He's had a kind of a He's moving stiffly, like he's been kind of beat about a little bit. But he's very excited to see you. He says, "Terran, I have to admit, part of me thought I might never see you again. But Gorok speaks very highly of how you handled yourself in the abyss. I have to admit I'm a bit of a proud teacher, though I'm sorry for the circumstances of your return."
Yeah. Terran's kind of glum, but he perks up a little bit at the praise.
So, honestly, what is it you to learn today? I feel like after an experience like what you've had, I don't mind putting a little bit in your able claws. What is it you'd like to learn? So we'll see if we can teach you that.
At the end there, right before we fled, we were surrounded by smaller monsters.
Yes, indeed. Okay.
And all of the spells that I had come to know only attacked one of them at a time, and I was not particularly helpful with dealing with them. And if maybe I had been, we could have pushed further and saved Aristos.
Well, Taryn, let's deal with the first thing first, which is that you cannot blame yourself in any way for what happened with Aristos or what happened in your rescue attempt. None of that is your fault. But for future reference, I think maybe we can work out some possible spell casting that might help you deal with crowds.
I would like that.
What is it I know you texted us. What is it you're wanting to learn?
It was Lightning Bolt and Tidal Wave.
Ah, yes. After kind of talking with you for a while about like what you're interested in, what you're looking for, he begins to talk you through the sort of steps of casting these. The first one you cast is sort of Lightning Bolt. It's he casts one first, and it crackles off and hits the sun. The sun flares up bright, so you have to actually kind of shade your eyes a little bit. And you cast one. It's not as impressive, but he seems pleased that you were able to pull it off. And then he shows you how to cast Tidal Wave. This one you have to be a little bit more cautious because of being indoors. But eventually, under his tutelage, you cast this massive tidal wave that goes over, crashes down over the sun. The sun sends off sputters everywhere, and a huge amount of steam erupts up from the sun. You hear a few people from like down below yelling, like, "What was that?" and stuff like that. And again, it's a massive tidal wave, and very pleased. He says to you, Taryn, I have to admit, you never cease to surprise and amaze. You're doing incredibly well with these difficult spells. Obviously, as any teacher does, I hope that you never end up in a situation in which you have to use them again, but I think they'll serve you well. Anything else I can do for you?
Is there any way we could meet more to train? In the mine, I was right behind the demon. He was looking away, and all I had to do was hit him in the back. And I missed. And I can't do that again.
Well, of course we can train more. Although, when it comes to doing spells, attacks, those sorts of things in the heat of battle, there's no substitute for that in a training floor. It's the sort of thing that you only learn in the midst of battle. And so, absolutely, we can train more, but I can't promise that you will never miss again. That's just that's part of doing battle. It's an unfortunate part of it. So, yeah, we'll train more, but also you need to bear in mind that those sorts of things are going to happen, and you cannot hold yourself personally responsible for what happens as a result.
Okay.
All right, back. Sorry about that.
You better be.
Are we still doing Terran's training? Or are we done?
Yeah, we're going to really do that part. Okay.
All right.
Well, go get some rest. You still look like hell.
Okay. Thank you. And then he heads out, I guess.
All right. Any other ones? Is that it? I lost track.
Dorn,
Ah,
the noble and wonderful paladin that we can all relate to and
Yep.
like.
he sees DeMarcus and goes, "Ha ha! Righteousness!" Ha ha!
No.
Offers his hand out to DeMarcus.
Demarcus is slightly taken aback, but he's happy to meet Dorn. The paladins that Demarcus knows aren't so jovial. He says, Master Dorn.
He's not really.
Master Dorn, I hope that Marin has told you about me. My name is Marcus Sunspire, and I'm just new to the guild. I'm joining. I'm from the court of Queen Sibyl, and she and Marin have decided that it would be a good idea and for me to train with you for some time if you would be happy to have me.
Oh, I would be overjoyed to have you. It's wonderful to have you here and to have a paladin from the Eternal Order here. And I fought alongside many of your brothers when Brighthold fell in the abyss. So I have a soft spot in my heart for all paladins of the Eternal Order, and I'm very happy to have you here.
Yeah, Demarcus's face sinks a bit when you bring that up, and he's very serious, and he says, really, I had no idea that you had that connection to the Eternal Order. And I knew that you were a famous master paladin, and I was happy to train with you anyway, but even though I'm a member of the Eternal Order, I still have an enormous amount that I could learn from you, and I'm happy to be your student. Recent adventure in the Abyss, I'm sure you found out, we weren't successful, and I have to get better.
Yes, well, no one is successful in the Abyss for very long, I'm afraid. But all that aside, you're back, and you are alive, and I'm happy to train with you. I'm sure there's much I can learn from you as well.
Of course. Yeah, and I think, we don't really have to go through too much. It's probably just Dorn and Demarcus kind of getting to know each other and fighting around and talking about spells, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's like a montage of them hanging out with wouldn't it be nice if we were lovers over the
I imagine this is a thing. I think we've got a great relationship.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the fact that he was there when Brighthold fell, that's that's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he might have asked about the status of Brighthold.
Yeah, I'll probably talk to Dorn about that later on, or we can do it on the side or something like that. I need to get more familiar with all the history that Demarcus is familiar with.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't have smart questions about that stuff right now that Demarcus would actually know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No worries.
We'll chat.
Yeah, we're just gonna be buddies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it for the trainings. Thanks everybody for waiting around while it wasn't your turn. Basically, all we're doing now is strolling about the city. And you guys can kind of pick where you want to go. Maybe we'll write another list of things. By the way, I put the guild prices in a little, handout that you guys can see. Can you guys click on that? You see that in your journal?
Yeah. The guild price?
Yeah.
Okay, so I added new things to it.
Ooh. Too bad I spent every guild coin I had for that journey.
Well, the good news is it paid off in... Oh, wait. No.
Rude.
That's cruel.
Yeah. Anyways. So, lots of stuff to choose from. It even goes to a second page. I don't know why it's not loading both of them, but maybe... Well, I guess that's all you get for now. Because I don't know why I can't see the other page. But I'll figure it out and send it to you guys later.
Wow, that's a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, there's plenty of shit. None of you have 400 coins yet, so though I don't know. I guess Garrett was pretty close last time.
I still have 230 Or 200
No.
and,
Negatory.
I still-
You had like 200, and then you 2 greater healing potions. So you should be like sub 200.
should I?
I'm gonna check the recording, Garrett. You gotta stay on top of this shit because you did 2 greater healings, which I think were what?
How much are they right
Something
there?
big. 15 apiece. So I think you're like.
It should be
a little
like
bit under 200.
180 something.
Yeah, that sounds right. And you guys didn't get any guild coins for your Abyss quest because you didn't succeed. So that's just how it goes.
Great.
I'm just kidding. You ended up with cloaks out of it, so it's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
do we
Cloaks
get
of
to keep
Elvenkind.
those?
Yeah, you get to keep your cloaks
Yo.
of Elvenkind.
I can
Yeah.
stealth.
Because Mary, like it wasn't the right time to ask for the back when you came back through the portal.
Yeah.
We just snuck off with them.
He's like, can I get those back? Maybe.
He's just got like
Taking it, so we're like, those were rentals.
John,
What if
what
you
are
guys-
the actual specs on the cloaks again? Like, what do they technically do?
They give if you have the hood up, they give advantage on stealth rolls, and I think they do something else involving perception or like hide. Like it makes you have advantage on hide rolls, I think, as well.
So everybody except for the rogue has one.
Yeah. Well, I would say you got one too.
That's
I mean,
very
it would be ridiculous for you not to have one.
helpful. Thank you.
So what I've got on it is when you wear this cloak with its hood up, wisdom checks made to see you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity checks made to hide.
Wow.
Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna let Tim do the walk through the city description because this is much more up his alley. You?
Happy
Yeah,
to do
you
it.
just
You
wanna-
could, tell me where you want to go.
I think that's up to E.
Yeah. Drip loaves, cheese.
Have you
We got
shared with the
skulls to
group
fill.
about everything? that you said?
I'm not sure. I would have shared. I think in the barracks I mentioned that, didn't I?
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, we could walk around and get a feel for the commotion, even though told us transforming everything to facilitate. Who was it? The Laventhorpes or the Lockwaters? It doesn't matter. Yeah,
For the
they're transforming
Laventhorpes.
everything, but we.
For
Yeah, are
the
you
Laventhorpes,
interested-
and I think the
Yeah.
Blackwaters hate it.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
want
Lockwaters.
to here,
Yeah.
man, I got all that.
Yeah, we could try to sell these skulls that we got.
I'm losing Dylan.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You there, Dylan?
It looks like he's having trouble staying connected.
It's the place that's
Connection. Maybe he just needs to log back in.
I'd recommend people click like mute their mics when they're not talking because it might help with bandwidth. I don't know.
Uh-oh. I went running start across the room, dove into the thing, and he kind of missed it. Cats are dumb. Not super long. Sorry.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool.
Yep.
We are back. All right, let's go shopping.
Okay.
Yo, Queen.
So,
All
by
right.
shopping, do you mean out on the streets or picking up?
Does anyone need to go see Picking It?
No.
Who's picking it?
Wait till
Oh,
you
shit.
meet him. He's a real character.
Yeah, why don't you guys show me around, man? Come on.
It's probably a good idea.
All
Okay,
right, let's go
you
see
guys-
Picking It.
All right. You find picking up in the. Let's move all the people in here. There you go.
Is it Pickanip?
It is.
Oh my god.
It's pretty much exactly how I pictured him.
Yep.
That's incredible. Look at his
Sight to
pile
be
of...
seen.
Is that his pile of guild coins in the corner?
Yeah,
Amazing.
and some on the table.
Such attention to detail.
I picked the dwarf with the craziest face I could find. Tim, sorry, I couldn't find one with a monocle.
That's all right.
He does have goggles on his head, though. If you
That's
look
good enough.
closely.
Yeah. All right.
That's perfect.
You come in and hear the stomp hit of the mechanical leg as he comes up to the table. Good to see you all back.
Oh,
And then he looks at DeMarcus and goes, "Whoa, you look different than before you were gone. This guy got a lot shinier."
It's a
New guy.
different man.
excuse me, sir.
What?
I don't believe we've met yet.
You don't remember coming here and buying all those potions? Oh, son, you got problems.
Perhaps the time in the abyss has made me forgetful. I apologize.
Oh, no apology necessary. My name's Pickanip, just in case you don't remember.
Oh no, I think we'll be seeing each other quite often, and I'm looking forward to it. Do you have any special armor here?
Oh, dude. Seriously though, John, do I?
Oh, you totally.
You got a lot of shit, dude.
Yeah.
You got adamantine armor. 'Cause
He
that's
slides,
kinda what
he
I'm
slides a
after.
laminated copy of the what he's got across the table at you.
Yeah. For the
Yeah.
record, I believe DeMarcus is wearing mithril full plate, which would be better in some circumstances, or in most circumstances, than adamantine armor. Since the mithril is, it basically makes it so you don't have disadvantage. It takes the plate and then makes it non-heavy in the sense that it takes away all the disadvantages of heavy.
Okay, yeah. I thought that adamantine. It's up to you. I don't know how the stuff on your list works specifically. I thought that adamantine makes it so that if a crit is rolled against me, that's not a crit, basically.
Correct. Yeah, and
Okay.
usually it's seen as like very advantageous, but mithril is
Oh, and so those are mutually exclusive.
yes, because they're different
Gotcha.
materials.
Okay, cool. Understood.
Yeah, so that would be the thought. Yeah, it might be something Laurel might look into, considering her unfortunate encounters with having to roll stealth checks with disadvantage while traveling.
Yes.
So the mithril would be the solution to that.
Well, I have one guild coin, so it's not gonna happen anytime
Yeah.
soon.
Since you're curtain.
Well, just
That's
steal
not gonna
all
be
of
enough.
just steal all of Bosner's stuff while he's asleep.
Yeah. Nope. I'm right
anyways.
there. All my gold coins are in my chest.
So anyway, when we do quests, we will get coins that are specific to the guild, and we can buy things here that we need. And also any like swords or like kind of regular stuff like rope is all for free here.
Ah, very interesting. I think we'll have to come back here soon.
Yeah, we usually come pretty much every time before we leave.
Excellent. Well, very nice to meet you, Mr. Pickenup. I think we'll probably be on our way.
Yeah, does anyone
Nice to meet you
actually
too, man.
does anyone actually need anything?
No, since we're not really doing anything.
Not for my 6 guild coins.
Yeah.
But just like rules wise, if you get an Ion Stone that ups your ability scores, it can't up you past 20, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, they cap out.
It's magical add-ons to your scores. It go over 20. I know you can't like put past like something
Yeah.
race.
I think it depends. So various editions have had different rules, but I think the short version is you can't increase it yourself over 20. But then the question is that there might be some items that specifically say this can increase it over 20. Otherwise, I think it's the assumption that it can't. But I'll look into it. But it's not something we're dealing with quite yet.
No, that's
in the
very
near
long
future.
term problem.
Yeah, in the future, I'll look into it to make sure.
It's a 294 gold in the future problem.
Yeah, well, it'll be a while. Okay. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to talk to Picking Up about?
Nope.
Cool. All right. Off to the city. You can explain where you want to go.
Good to see you. Try to stay out of the abyss this time.
Yeah, thanks.
He's so wise.
All right, where are we going?
Is there like an oddities shop anywhere?
Yeah, it's
There's
the
that guy you went to see before. That had agreed
The
to
one
buy.
at the docks.
Was he in the docks?
I don't
Near
think
the-
so. That's like the big.
It was the guy with the bag of holding that he was trying to
Right.
get by trading skulls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd have to look to see which zone that was actually in. But
Yeah, you guys have come into quite a bit of gold since then from the Leventhorpe quest. I hope somebody kept track of that.
Yeah, it's
Karen did, I think.
6,763.
There you go.
Did you say 6,000?
Yep.
It's
Well,
almost a ballista.
Shall we buy it? Shall we buy a boat? How much was the ballista?
Ballista was 10,000.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, do we have a boat yet?
No.
A boat
Yeah.
is estimated at, I think, between 30,000 for a small one and 100,000 for a big one.
All right. Baby steps, guys.
We could have taken one when we were on the island with that flamboyant Frenchman, but we decided to save our lives instead.
He's still there.
The gold.
It would have been.
Well,
I mean, the oddities place would probably be the people most interested in abysmal skulls.
right. I just kind of want to offload them somewhere, make room for new skull collecting.
That's
So,
probably
yeah, Yeah, wherever that guy is.
Yeah, I think that was the docks.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think he was in the trade district. I think there were like two different places. One was like, it was when they were doing the quest for the Cult of Zurich people, and they had to follow the guy around. And I think the place they led him to before they went to the docks, went to that weird bar in the docks, was like an oddities place. I'll look it up in our document. It's
The
somewhere.
bar is the Leewind, and I'm friends with the bartender, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't just insult it.
All right, are we going there?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
I think so.
I think we should go and just ask about what's going on and people's feelings about the shift that's happening. Right?
A good idea. Yeah.
So to the docks.
To the docks.
DeMarcus just says, I'm unfamiliar with this city, so I'm here to learn from you. But yes, I'm here to observe everything going on at the docks for Queen Sibyl, so we should go there.
You've never been here before.
I've been here. I don't know it very well, though.
Ah, makes sense. Where are you from?
Daramara. It's to the east by the inner sea.
I cough.
Nice.
No, you're right. Alamanar's oddities, curiosities is at the docks. My bad.
No worries.
To the docks.
To the docks again.
All right, so you enter into the odd sort of leaning building that is Almaner's Curiosity or Almaner's Oddities or whatever it's called. Once again, the sort of kind of stooped old man is in there that you saw before. Yeah, can I help you?
I approach and I unsling my pack and I say, yeah, I got a couple skulls I want you to look at.
Oh,
Tell me what you think you might be worth.
Yeah, you're the skull guy. Yeah. What do you got?
Yeah, the skull guy. And so I take the 2 Allosaurus skulls out of my pack and I present them to him. And I say, what do you think?
God's almighty, what in the hell are those?
You hit the nail on the head. Those are skulls from hell. They're abyssal Allosaurus.
They're from the abyss.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, that makes me a little nervous. With this change of things in town lately, more times. So, that might actually not be bad.
DeMarcus kind of steps up and he asks, to what change do you refer?
What was that, son?
What change are you referring to?
Well, the Lockwaters seem to have lost a great deal of their business, doing caravans, that is. And 11 Thorpes are taken over, and, caravan riders are into bringing curiosities, and, sailors are a superstitious lot. They don't like to take those things back. My stock has been, a little cut back.
I understand what you mean, sir. Thank you.
Well, normally I have a policy against buying things from the abyss.
Odd for a salesman of oddities
had
to have such a policy.
Follow that policy before, because I've never actually come into contact with something from the abyss. But I always told myself if I did, I'd say no. But
Well, that you've never come in contact with them shows that you won't get an offer like this in the near future. If I were you, I would take advantage of it while it's in front of you.
Son, I feel like you're playing me, but I kind of like it. So, pardon me.
It's an oddity shop. There would be squeaking in the background.
Yeah. We can do business. What are you looking for them?
Oh, 300 apiece. They were hard work to get.
Yeah, Sure. Why don't we call it $250 a piece, and we got ourselves a deal?
I extend my hand and say deal. Oh, I pause.
Karen points out that wizards and sorcerers passing through might be very interested in them, so that he might be able to flip them pretty well.
Ah, like the way you think. If you ever need a job, come see me.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. People come just to look at that thing floating around your head.
Karen kind of like taps the iron stone.
Yeah. So, what did we agree on? We agreed on $225 a piece, right?
Believe it was 250, and I extend my hand once again at 250.
$250. That
piece,
doesn't
of
sound
course.
like something said, but what the
Sir,
hell?
I have witnesses.
You seem like a clean and virtuous anyway, young man. So, yeah, all right. He extends his hand.
Clean is a generous word.
He walks
This
it
all
back.
goes over my head. I'm glad to have the 500 gold, and I say thank you so much. If you need more skulls in your inventory to sell, contact the guild. They'll let you know where I am.
Contact the guild. Swanky.
He would also remember that you tried to buy a bag of holding from him, so he might be trying to sell that to you.
Ooh.
So for the banking records, we just made 500.
Yeah.
Correct. All right.
That's correct.
Worth it.
Hashtag worth
Is
it.
he trying to sell me a bag of holding, or what? Is that happening?
But yeah, how much was that? Did we price it at, John? Do you remember?
Oh, sorry. The bag of holding?
Yeah.
I'll message it to you.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. I seem to recall that you were in the market for one of these here bags.
That is still, in fact, the case.
Well, we got some fine specimens in here.
What is
Gestures
the-
wide over.
Yeah.
He gestures over to the hooks over there where several bags are hanging.
And refresh my memory, but what is it that these cost?
Oh, well, I think I could probably let this one here go for about 3,500 or so.
Oh my. I'll tell you what. Let me get about a dozen or so more skulls, and I'll come back and we'll have a chat.
All right, but these fly off the shelves, so don't take too long. Can't promise I'll hold them for you.
Any wiggle room on that price while I'm here?
I don't know. Make me an offer, pretty boy.
I look around confused, wondering who it is you're talking to, and suggest 2,000.
2,000. You said wiggle room. I didn't know you meant like not
All right,
wiggle.
all right.
Fire dragon through it.
2,500. I give you the 500 back that you just gave me. So 2,000 and the 2 skulls.
Make a persuasion roll.
Oh no. What skill
He's
is
so
that?
persuasive.
Hang on. Oh damn. Okay, I'm not very charismatic.
Shocking.
Eh.
Not the most shocking.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Could be worse.
He did call me pretty boy, so he is a little. I should get some advantage on that.
Enamored, even.
Yeah. So once again,
do you have any modifiers to that?
no,
Okay.
just straight up what it is.
Yeah, I'm not thinking 2,000. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it at let's say 3,000.
Let me consult with our get a nod of approval from Taryn, and I say 3,000 is a deal.
All right, 3,000 it is. It's a steal.
And I tremble with excitement.
You are now the proud owner of a bag of holding.
Woo!
Ooh.
I mutter under my breath. This is going to hold so many skulls.
Karen immediately regrets giving you the green light.
I thought it was about fancy canvas tents, man.
You want that
It might be able to hold both.
gift wrapped or with any bows on it or anything?
I'll take it as is. Thank you.
All right. I do a mean wrapping though.
I'm sure you do. And I'm just holding the bag and staring at it with a big cheesy grin on my face.
Anything else I can do for you?
Not for me. And then I look around at my friends and
I don't have
Do
any
you
money.
make eye contact with your old friend Demarcus?
oh, do I make eye contact with you? Sure.
Yeah. Demarcus is just kind of staring at you very quizzically, kind of with his arms crossed.
And I say something wrong.
No, I just am surprised to see you haggling over demon skulls in a cult gift shop.
Strange times do strange things to people.
It's quite entertaining, to be honest.
Well, I'm glad you think so.
You guys head down?
Should we ask him about what's going on?
I think he didn't he say that there was that the noble houses were doing their funky thing.
Well,
Yeah, he kind of confirmed sort of what we knew.
He's like not entirely convinced that that's the only thing going on, but she drops it.
All right. As you emerge from Almoners, you really, like, particularly from where you're at in the docks, I mean, it's like a kicked anthill. There's people everywhere. There's large carts with multiple horses with huge logs and planks across the back of them. And all along the wharf and up on the shoreline, just up from the water, are various massive vessels in various states of completion. Some of them nothing more than sort of the ribs of the ship, some of them nearly completed. And then out in the harbor, 3 or 4 of them stand already out there at anchor with, you can tell, like little people clambering all over them like small ants are working on getting their masts set up and the rigging run. It's a flurry of activity all over the place. And you see some very appealing ballistae being pulled down the streets towards the ships.
Ooh. Awesome.
Some of the nicest. Yeah.
Perfect.
Can we steal the ballista?
Can Dargale still us a ballista?
Roll dexterity.
Yeah, seeing as how
Sleight of hand.
it's huge and you're tiny.
We can all work together. That's all right. I wouldn't suggest it.
We can get
You,
some of those nice tarps that E has and cover it.
As you start walking down the street, you also notice something new that was definitely not there before, which is there's a long gallows set up. Really not that much more than just two thick logs sticking up with one long beam going in between them. And from it, 7 or 8 people are hanging, long since dead. Like have already started to be picked clean by carrion. And there's a sign over top of it, like a wooden sign nailed into it that says, "Pirates, ye be warned." And you notice that there's these particular bodies, like they were not what you would have assumed were pirates. They actually look more like shaman type characters. Got robe. But yeah, I mean, they've got robes, and like at least 2 of them are wearing, 2 of them are wearing like necklaces with like teeth and stuff hanging from them, and some of that kind of stuff. There's also very definitely one down at the end that you very much recognize as one of those sort of French dandy pirates that you fought before.
Is it the Frenchman?
It's not one that you recognize, but it's like he's got the same like crazy outfit and permed hair and all that kind of stuff.
But it is a dandy.
Yeah.
So that's the only person there that looks like one of the Rio Body dandy pirates?
Right.
Okay. The rest, can I roll? They have robes and they've got like teeth and stuff dangling from necklaces. Can I roll like maybe a religion check on any of that stuff and see if anything comes up?
Yeah, John, what do you think would be history maybe?
Yeah, I'd say religion for this.
Okay.
While
Yeah, it would be a 16.
Yeah, so you would recognize that these people were cult worshippers. They appear to be pirates, but they also appear to be pirates that all share a similar faith in some sort of malevolent god.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, so we're kind of I'm standing in front of the gallows. I'm assuming everyone else has followed me up there or what?
Yeah, I did. From what I know of the pirates that killed Porter's squad, does this look anything like what I've heard that they were?
Not quite. So you guys have been down to the docks enough times to have heard of multiple pirate factions. The ones that supposedly killed Porter were undead in nature.
Right.
These people seem to be human. What's left of their bodies picked over, born in the sun for at least 4 or 5 days now. So,
Okay.
Yeah. Taryn comments that he hopes they don't get pansy.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
she's pretty tough. She can handle herself. It looks like they've been dead here for like 4 or 5 days, though, so... How long were we gone?
So the story, if you guys actually want to know the timeline, it was like you guys left for the trip to the dwarf mine, and that was basically like a 4 or 5 day trip total, like 2 days there, 1 day, and then 2
Right.
days back.
Right.
And then you guys were in the abyss for another 3 or 4 days. So this is fairly new, all of this stuff happening basically a week. And then you guys did the trainings and recovered for the last 2 days. So this is basically a week's time since you guys have been down here at least.
They must have been captured pretty soon after the festival.
DeMarcus says, likely, given the way that the vote has gone, there's going to be kind of war against all the different factions of pirates now. And I suspect you'll be seeing this kind of thing much more.
Hmm.
You hear from across down the road of the way say, "Hello, friends," and you turn and see the pencil mustachioed figure of Miliardo Leventhorpe coming towards you.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it is good to see you again.
So, hello.
What do you think of our little operation here?
It's impressive.
I should think so. We're outfitting battleships just as quickly as we can get them put together. Soon we'll have a fleet that will drive pirates from the sea, and all of our shipping will be done in complete safety.
DeMarcus walks up to Miardo and he says, "Well, from the way that you're speaking, sir, I can tell that you are Leventhorpe, and I just wanted to introduce myself and tell you that my name's DeMarcus Sunspire, and I'm a guard of Queen Sybil's court, and I'm here to oversee all of your fine operations as they unfold."
Oh. So, always happy to have a representative of the Queen in our fine, fine city. Come, look at our operation. He starts to gesture through and explain the various ships and how they're going to be outfitted with, the finest ballista and all that kind of thing.
DeMarcus is playing along. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an impressive operation. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yep.
Of course, I need not tell you that our recent success, much thank you to your and my queen, the wonderful Sybil, has come at a sort of cost to other great houses. I'm afraid the Luckwaters have fallen on something of hard times, and between you and me, they're not taking it particularly well. I'd keep an eye on them if I were you.
What do you mean by that?
Indeed.
Oh, well, for years now, it's been the case that the Leventhorpes do sea shipping and the Lockwaters focus on caravans. But with this recent vote, the allocation of a great deal of money has come to the Leventhorpes in order to outfit our navy. And, we've sort of, whereas the Lockwaters used to be on top in the council, they've fallen from favor considerably, I'm afraid. And I don't think we're getting much in the way of caravans these days. And so just in general, I think that they have the sense that their fortunes are drying up. Perhaps not an incorrect sense.
Whoa.
What's keeping the caravans from coming in?
Oh, it's not so much that anything's keeping them from... We still do get caravans coming in, but... just between the shift towards naval dominance and a sudden lack of money on the part of the Lockwaters, and the fact that a great deal of manpower and horsepower has been shifted to taking wood and trees out of the Wheeldath and bringing them in for our building of ships here. Just in general, most of the economy has shifted towards naval interests. So, of course, we still get the occasional caravan, but it's a rare event now. Mossstone is no longer as hot spot for caravans as it used to be.
Like, as soon as he starts getting into, like, general economy talk, Taryn kind of glazes over.
DeMarcus jumps in and says, of course, sir, and I understand that, the fortunes of families come and go, and you understand that as well as anyone else, but I do hope that there's no conspiring or grudges or open conflict among the families in the city, because certainly that serves no one, right?
Oh, you and me both. After all, we as the Leventhorpes are just interested in making Mossstone a better place for all its people who live here.
Insight check.
Did you check the messages? Also, yeah, you can insight check that. Roll for it.
Oh, I'm looking at it, John.
Yeah. Oh,
natural 20.
shit. So,
Miliardo likes money.
and he does mean that he wants it to be peaceful because he wants to make a lot of money off people. So he's not being disingenuous, but he's also not saying exactly, his goal.
Okay.
Peace is good for him now because he's on top.
Yes.
And DeMarcus says, "Oh, I'm very happy to hear that. And I do hope that you won't hesitate to inform me of any kind of underhanded dealings going on around all of this in the city as the economic situation changes."
Oh, of course, you'll be the first to let know. And again, do keep an eye on the Lockwaters. In fact, part of what helped them fall from grace was the discovery in town that they'd been apparently making deals with pirate factions, all to bring us to our knees. So,
Well, indeed, if that's the case, then I'm sure the Queen should know about it. And has anyone spoken to them about this? Is there any action against them for this?
well,
For the
certainly-
record, sorry to interrupt, but for the record,
Go ahead.
DeMarcus would know that when Sabine voted to enable the Leventhorpes, it was because the Leventhorpes came and brought information that the Lockwaters had been conspiring with pirates, and part of the punishment against the Lockwaters was that they lost houses in the council, which meant they didn't have enough votes to stop the Leventhorpes from taking over.
Check. Got it.
So you would know about it. Sorry.
Now, for the rest of you, I have something of you could call it a proposition, I suppose. You have had a good relationship with our family so far and have done us a good turn. I'd like to do a good turn by you by offering you a job, I suppose. I don't know how much the guild lets you out, but if you're interested, one of these new roles could well be yours for hunting down more of the blood pirates. And he gestures over to the gallows where you see those sort of shamanic-looking ones swinging.
The blood pirates? That's what they're
Yes,
called?
blood pirates. Oh, that's what they're known as in Mossstone, certainly. Devilishly disgusting band of pirates who engage in some amount of warlock wizardry. It's horrifying, really. We've been fairly successful against them thus far, but we could always use some extra help, particularly those who are well versed in combat.
Yes. Oh.
I've never been myself, but I hear that taking a ship out to the open sea is an invigorating experience.
You've never been?
If perhaps... Oh, well, someone must stay here and take care of things from the land. Plus, ships are known for being not necessarily...
That seems odd, though. That's your business.
Oh, my business is trade, not being a sailor.
Hmm.
Leave sailing to the sailors, and I'll take care of the cargo.
I guess that's fair. She looks a little bit bummed out.
Yeah, DeMarcus is interested in the blood pirates. He asks, regarding the blood pirates, do you know the nature of the deities that they worship?
Do we have that information, John?
Sorry, what was the question?
What the blood pirates are like as far as like deities they worship or pacts they have or something like that.
Is that something Miliardo would...
Yeah, Miliardo wouldn't know anything about that. He's
Okay.
not a man with specifics on that kind of stuff. He would know that they're called blood pirates or blood sailors or something, and that's just kind of like a colloquial term for their order. He doesn't know the name of the order. He doesn't really care as much as he cares about having them eradicated and removed. So
Got it.
Could I roll a religion check or something on this stuff blood pirates are wearing? Does it? I assume it wouldn't look familiar at all to me. Not really the religion.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. It looks pretty exotic to you. Coming from the north, it doesn't look like anything you've seen up north. They're pirates, that they are, DeMarcus knows that they have some sort of pact with demons. Miliardo mentioned that they're bands of warlocks, perhaps, but it's all kind of vague at this point.
Can Dargo make a roll for anything?
I just don't think this would be anything any of you guys would know firsthand. Pansy probably would have been a person that might have had contact with these pirates, but other than that, none of your backgrounds really fit.
Maybe something to learn then.
There are also, people on docks that you could talk to, and bars, and there's like a whole world of NPCs you could just chat up.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask him, is there anyone we could talk to find out more about these pirates in particular?
You're asking this of Miliardo?
Yeah, whatever his name is.
I suppose probably some of the sailor types on the docks probably have some other knowledge of them. They're particularly busy now, though, so don't waste their time too much.
Well, yes, of course. City humans. I say under my breath.
Yeah, DeMarcus senses it's time to move on, and he says, well, we won't take up your time any longer. We see how busy you are, but it's a pleasure meeting you, and we'll stay in touch.
Yes, do. Let me know about the offer.
Yeah, we'll talk about it and let you know.
Do, yes, quite.
Where would we find you when we make a decision?
Oh, well, these days I'm down at the docks nearly every day overlooking things. I'm sure you'll run into me down here. If I'm not down here, I'll be up in Uptown.
All right.
Upton.
As we're walking away, I ask Izzy, I say, does Bear Squad have the ability to just go do its own missions for people because they get paid money, or does Bear Squad have to do what the thinks?
I know that we have done a mission for the Lockwaters before, but I think that they asked the guild first, and then we kind of got paid on the side. I don't think we've ever just accepted work from outside the guild. We might have to ask Marin. But they do pay very well.
I see, but I'm not entirely comfortable just taking missions for anyone because they pay us.
The
best thing about the guild is that it does things for the city, and Marin makes good decisions about what kinds of things the city needs.
Agreed. And I don't really know if I want to go hunting pirates for the Lockwaters. There's something about Miliardo that makes me very uncomfortable.
Oh, I agree. I don't think that we should be working with them at all unless Marin or Queen Sybil says so.
Yeah, I suppose they would have good judgment.
Is it the pencil mustache? Is that what it is?
It is the mustache.
I can't. It's that he's ambiguously beautiful and ugly for me. I just can't tell. It freaks me out.
She adds, last time we did a job for them, he offered us a whole ship if we would kill every pirate on this island that we were going to. And it just felt like an excessive amount of death.
Indeed, people like Nioda Leventhorpe would happily hire out people like us to be mercenaries for them and have very little concern about the kind of horrors they would unleash upon the world. I think we should keep our distance from his motivations.
He seems very used to being able to buy his way into, I guess, killing other people.
He is, I'm sure. And hopefully the squads of the guild aren't mercenary groups for hire.
I don't think so. If they are, then I'm not really sure why my god sent me here.
I agree, and I'm not here for that either.
Where are we headed off to? Are we off to a bar?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, somebody be a leader.
I'm following you guys around. This is my thing.
I actually have to call it a night, unfortunately. So you are
I
more
got it
than
from here.
welcome. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't feel like you need to stop because of me. I'm just gonna have to bow out.
Hey, Laurel, are you recording all this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And then
Well,
Tim can
check
just
in
pick
for
up
the
from here and catch up.
Yeah.
Bye, Tim.
Love to you all. Stay
Yeah.
safe and healthy.
Bye,
All right.
Hey,
friend.
Tim.
Bye.
Wait, if he leaves, does this die?
Is what
Oh
time?
God.
Is what time?
Nope.
Oh,
We're all
the
still here.
collaborating
The
thing?
talk.
No.
Yeah. He's the moderator.
It's over.
If he
This
does,
is
mics on and roll 20 really quick.
what happened? What's going on in Roll20?
If we lose Blackboard, just talk through roll 20.
Yeah,
And figure out
just
what's
go to
going
roll
on.
20. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I suggest we go to one of the bars to see what these blood pirates are about and see if we even want to consider it.
I'd have a drink.
Yeah, I think I could use one as well, actually.
right.
Mark's just along for the ride.
Okay, so I assume you go to that bar that you went to the first time, the one where Taryn became best friends with the barkeep.
Yeah, that's the only one we go to now.
To be honest, I don't know I know the name of it was the. Okay, now I can't remember what the name of it was.
It's
The leaky nip.
That doesn't sound
God.
right.
the leeway.
The leeway nip. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
There's a lee wind something.
Yeah, Lee Wind, I think, sounds familiar.
Docs. He didn't even write it down. What the hell, Tim? All right. Oh, the lee wind. Yep, got it. Did he write down any of the characters' names? Nope. Okay,
I don't
so
think he
you come to the lee wind, and there's this. You see at the barkeep, it's kind of a dark and dim setting. There's some kind of seedy looking folks sitting around, but honestly, it's a little bit cleaned up since the last time you were here. You get the vibe that maybe they're trying to keep things more on the level now that pirates are being executed and hung in the streets. So as soon as you walk in, as soon as Taryn crosses the threshold, he recognizes him and waves excitedly over and goes, "Hey, it's my friend."
Taryn waves back and kind of like trots up to the bar.
He says, "Oh, round for my friend here." And so he pours you a drink and puts it in front of you.
I thank him and ask him how business has been.
Oh, well, business has been different. The kind of folks that normally come in here have been a little bit afraid to show up, and some different folks, more kind of upper class and different folks have been occupying my business, but it's all been fine. You know, I don't really care who comes in so much as that people come in.
Yeah, I see that. It used to have a lot of flavor, but times change.
Yeah, well, you know, the neighborhood changes. You gotta go with the times. So, what can I do you for? You need anything else? Just the beer? I'll leave you alone.
The rest of the party came up with me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're right next to you.
Hey, I'm looking back through my notes. When were we here?
It was the Cyric.
Yeah, it was when we were trying to track down the Cult of Cyric thing when we were trying to find that guy from the academy, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Correct. Yeah, you came here after, and found Quilliman in the basement or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
So Taryn
Yeah.
wasn't really tracking the plan, so people want to jump in.
Okay, well, if you need anything, let me know. And he just kind of goes on to care for other people at the bar.
I thank him again. Then.
Oh, sure, anything for you. What do you need?
Yeah. So, do you know anything about Blood pirates.
Blood sailors. Yeah. I mean, I know the stories. Are you looking to get in a tangle with them?
Potentially, someone asked for us to look in on them.
Well, I'm not sure how much longer they're going to be in this world. It seems like the Leventhorpe's militarized navy is going to take care of them within, I don't know, probably a month or so. Wouldn't be surprised if they all went, extinct by the end of this season.
Yeah. Are they particularly dangerous, or are they just happen to be pirates?
Well, as far as pirate factions go, they're one of the more dangerous ones, but I wouldn't say that they're the most dangerous. The most dangerous pirate factions, one we don't really want to talk about.
That sounds painfully interesting, I'm sorry. The most dangerous ones is the ones you don't want to talk about?
Well, we don't really want to mention it out loud. We're a superstitious bunch, and we think that if you put it into words, that you'll see them the next time you head out to port.
Oh.
I suggest that you write it down.
I
don't know how to write, so.
I got nothing.
It's alrighty. I think I know who they're talking about. I'll tell you later.
Sure.
DeMarcus asks if the bartender knows anything about the god or the deities that the blood pirates worship.
Well, nothing in particular other than they're not kind. They're the kind of gods that would allow their followers to summon up tentacles from the water, do terrible things to other sailors' minds. Perhaps, have a demon appear on top of the ship. Heard lots of stories.
Wow.
Is there? Are they? What's the name of the cult that we're after?
There's tons of cults.
The one that we're investigating.
Well, the Demogorgon was the one who took Aristus.
Yeah, Gorgoron. The cult of Gorgoron was in the mine. The cult of Cyric was the one prior.
Yeah, Cyric. All right. Are they related to Cyric? I asked the barkeep.
Oh, you mean those folks going around Mossstone killing all the magic users? No, I don't think it has anything to do with them. These guys have been around longer than those Cyric guys have been.
I asked the bartender, and regarding the gallows and all the hangings in the streets, I mean, how do people actually feel about that? How do the sailors and the pirates in the bar and along the water feel about all of that?
Well, look, I get a lot of types in this bar. Some of them are more on the up and up, and others are, more in cahoots with the fellows hanging from the gallows there. And I think those who are on the, well, they've been fleeing the city. I don't think they see Mossstone as a safe haven anymore for their kind. Hence the change in the personnel around here.
And it's the Leventhorpes themselves who are determining who gets hanged and how and why?
Well, it's no secret who's a pirate and who's not. Once you hit the open water, they fly under their pirate banners, and they raise those flags. And I assume that the Leventhorpes are engaging in combat with whoever has the flag and bringing home and hanging and making public display of anyone they run into.
Is there any concern that the Leventhorpes may engage and kill people who perhaps don't deserve it?
Well, every pirate deserves it. Even a pirate would tell you that. So
Leventhorpes
there's
are just interested in killing pirates, not, say, political enemies.
No, I don't think they need to kill political enemies, so I don't know much about politics. I'm just a bartender, but it seems to me like they're just trying to do whatever they can to secure their trade, which it seems like they've got a pretty strong monopoly on in this area, so pirates are basically the only thing keeping them from fortune.
I understand, sir. Thank you. This is good beer.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Nice. Oh, that was helpful.
Yeah, Izzy looks worried and just kind of focuses on her drink.
Well, that doesn't seem to be good for the pirates. Although pirates are not the most safe individuals. Thanks for the information.
Of course, anytime. I'm telling you, it's the place to be. The docks are full of people these days. A lot of business coming through here. You guys are welcome anytime.
Appreciate it.
DeMarcus, that Izzy is pensive, and he asks Izzy what's wrong.
Oh, I think I'm just feeling a little bit overwhelmed by everything.
Yeah, you've been through a lot, so I understand.
We had another colleague before Aristos left, who also left, and she was a pirate, and I'm just worried that she'll get mixed up on the wrong end of all of this.
I see. Why'd she leave?
She just liked being out at sea more than being at the guild, I think. I mean, all of us are from very different places. It is...
I can relate to that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you travel with the queen, right?
Yes, and, Mossstone isn't my home, and, I wouldn't prefer to be here. I'd prefer to be home, too, so I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I just worry about that, and it's strange that there's so many, like, cults and things going on, and people are killing each other, and just a lot.
Yes, the uncertainty in the city is the kind of thing that breeds factions struggling for one another, over power, and making all kinds of bets among one another, and deals with one another, and with deities and entities and demons. And unfortunately, it just brings out the worst of the world. And to be honest with you, it isn't only Mossstone that's this way right now. There's broader struggles that are like this one in other places, and it's a constant fight that we have to be engaged in.
Yes, I think I would like to say that my hometown was not like this, but I think maybe I was blind to it when I was younger.
Yeah, things are simpler when you're young, but unfortunately they don't stay that way.
Yeah. It's good to have you with us, though. I appreciate you, being away from your whole group that you're used to traveling with, and being away from your home, and it's good to have you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, but I'm used to it. I travel a lot, and all of my duties bring me to different places for different reasons, and it's good that I'm here for the time.
Okay. Do you guys have any place else that you'd like to go? Things you want to see? People you want to talk to?
I was gonna get two beers and pour one out for Aristus on the street if I could. But
Yeah, you
For
can
our
go for it.
homies.
Make it a very fine wine.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else besides that?
So all of the wood and stuff that's being offloaded from the docks is going to build big military ships, right?
Correct. I mean, it's vessels that are currently being fitted with military rigging, but they could be used for other things too. They could be trade ships as well. It's just ships with the proper gear.
Lots of opportunity for heist if we were the right group.
And have we heard anything, just in case I've missed it, about who is being hired to fight on these ships?
You have not asked anybody about that.
All right. If we could go and linger around where stuff is being built, I would like to ask someone that question.
Yeah, I wanted
right.
to know that too, but I was thinking DeMarcus would probably already know, so I didn't want to ask anybody. He would.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily know who's participating in this. So, when you walk out, Dargil pours a beer out on the floor, or a fine wine out on the ground. I'll say that costs a gold. And some dock worker who's just walking by carrying supplies just gives you a dirty look, what the fuck? Just pouring. It's we walk here. This is our workplace. But just kind of shakes his head and walks by. He's fucking dwarves, and then he just keeps going. And then you guys kind of mosey over to where there's a bunch of people getting ready and packing things, and you kind of all stand there in a formation with your pretty armor and your various assortment of heights and races and other things. Kind of an odd bunch of adventurers just standing in the middle of a very busy, productive, industrious part of town. One of them... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. It's one of them just looks over to you and just says yeah. What are you doing? Are you going to stand in the way the whole day, or is this just a sightseeing thing for you?
I mean, we were just wondering about who's going to man the ships, if you've already hired those people.
Oh, well, a lot of us are manning the ships. I mean, it depends on the crew. I mean, each ship has its own crew and a captain who's in charge of that stuff. So it just depends on the ship. I don't know what you want to know.
I guess I'm asking if it's city soldiers or regular sailors or mercenaries like us. She's wise.
Well, I mean, anybody who's wants to join the ranks just has to put in a request. I mean, they're hiring all sorts of types. A lot of us are from Old Town. It's just good to find a place to work that pays well.
And who would I talk to about that?
What, working on one of these ships?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Miliardo Leventhorpe's the guy. I mean, he's the one hiring everybody.
All right. It's good to know. Thank you for your time. I don't want to take any more of it.
All right. He just goes back to it.
She turns back to the group. Interesting that they're, just hiring people up out of Old Town.
Yes, I would have assumed that the city itself was training soldiers for these ships, but this can work out in a number of ways. It's not necessarily bad, but it is curious.
It seems like that's the same sort of thing Miliardo was trying to get us to do, is be hired hands on a ship, go and kill people.
Indeed, it's not surprising that someone like Miliardo would try to hire people to do all of his business for him, even if it's the dirty business of killing. Those kinds of aristocrats are everywhere in every city, and they have very little moral scruples. But I am surprised that the city is allowing Miliardo to construct his own warships with essentially his own army. That seems concerning in a number of ways.
For the record, what you guys approached were dockhand people, who are assembling ships and who are rigging ships and preparing to sail. There are more people in military looking
I was wondering
outfits elsewhere. So these are, I mean, you get the vibe that they're hiring local city people to crew the ships, but not necessarily to fight.
Okay.
I see.
I was gonna ask if like we saw any like fighters or soldiers or anything.
Yeah, you see people in breastplates and kind of mossed out city uniforms, but also with like sigils of Tethier, so the Queen's sigil.
Well, this all looks in order to me. Then I'm happy here. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions to ask on the dock. I might not have any other questions to ask in the city. Where is that shrine with the other Ilmater priest? It's in Old Town, I think.
Sorry? Yeah, there is a shrine to Ilmater in Old Town that you've been to a few times.
How far away is that from where we are?
Oh, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say half a day, but it would take, a good, like an hour or two to walk there, probably.
Well, Izzy turns to the group and says, unless there are other things that people want to do here, maybe it would be a good idea to walk around the city and see what's going on and check out Old Town and make sure that those people are okay. I know they were getting a lot of support from the Lockwaters. So
Yes, to see how things are in the territory that the Lockwaters are more powerful in.
yeah, hang on, I gotta look in my notes. Wait, no, it was the Vaudries that I'm thinking of that help out in the poorer populations.
Yeah, that's right.
Have we heard anything about what is going on with the Vaudries after this vote?
With the Vaudries? Well, they supported the Leventhorpes.
Okay.
Partially because the Vaudries are more
against them.
Right. It used to be the case that the Lockwaters had a majority vote in the council, and so they could basically get anything they wanted done. And so all of the other houses had to band together in order to give in order to overcome basically the Lockwaters majority vote. And once they got in trouble for dealing with pirates and other issues, they lost seats on the council, which gave the Leventhorpes, with the help of the Vaudries and other houses, a chance to make votes. The Regius family had one vote as well on the council, but they don't anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the Lockwaters plot with the Jewels was to basically make the Leventhorpes and the Vaudries go to war with each other, essentially.
Correct. Yeah, and you guys exposed to that.
Yeah. So once that got exposed, the Leventhorpes and the Vaudries kind of teamed up with everybody else.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to know. Well, I still think we should go and check and make sure that people are doing all right down there. I can touch base.
I'm here to observe everything, so I'll follow you.
So where are you guys going?
To the Shrine of Ilmater.
In Old Town?
In Old Town.
Okay. So you'll remember, let me see if I have it, if Tim wrote it down. I get the feeling Tim improvised a lot of things and never recorded them.
I don't
somewhere here his name.
I have no name for him.
I have it somewhere here. It starts with T. Tyven.
Tyven?
Tyven is a half-orc man who wears a hair shirt. He's blind. He takes care of all the shrines.
Right. Yes.
Yep.
So, as soon as you walk in, Tyven says, welcome. But he doesn't know who it is.
Yeah. Hi, Tyven. It's Isolde and friends.
Hello, welcome to the shrine.
I'm sorry, I know I was coming regularly to help and then I've been gone for a couple weeks. I was just away on a mission. Are things okay here?
Well, I don't know. It could be very dusty. I wouldn't be able to tell, would I?
No,
That's
not with
blind
the
humor.
shrine, with the people.
Oh, yes.
Are there more people
Oh.
coming to ask for help?
Well, there's always people coming to ask for help, but no, I mean, people in Old Town seem to be fairly happy these days. There's lots of work for people who didn't have much work.
I guess that's good. Is there anything you need? I'm sorry I've been away.
No, just the power of sight. I'm just kidding. That's more blind humor.
Aha. Can't do that. But I will come back around and check some of the other shrines and make sure they're clean.
Oh, good. It would be nice. It's one of the few things I can't necessarily do on my own.
Just to be clear, John, like somebody who is blind can't blind is different than blindness that like we would get in combat or something.
Correct. Yeah, you can't cure blindness with your.
Right.
That'd be so dope, though.
Just checking.
You're just like, oh, lesser restoration. This guy can see now.
Bro. I got you.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you guys know this?
I think I asked that
Greater
in person
restoration.
when I first got lesser restoration. I was like, wait, I can cure blindness. And they were like, no,
Yeah.
not that kind of
Yeah,
blindness.
I mean,
Special condition blindness, sure, but not actual blindness.
right.
Anyway, yeah, let me know. You can always send word to Marin if you need us for anything, and I will come back around
will
and
do.
check up soon. All right, and she turns back around to exit the shrine.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So Marcus asks as we're walking away, so you help at the Shrine of Ilmater? Is Ilmater your god as a cleric?
Yeah, yeah, Ilmater is my god. I technically worship the Triad, so Torm and Tyr as well, but Ilmater mostly. And I didn't know that there was a shrine here until a couple weeks after we got here, and I try to help out when I can.
That's very interesting. There are shrines to Ilmater, I think, in most places, if I'm not mistaken, at least in Tethir, because the Triad is so revered throughout Tethir.
Yeah, it's the same in 10 towns. The house of the Triad is actually in my hometown of Bryn Shander. So,
Where is Grinchandra? I'm not familiar with that.
do you know, like, all the way up by the spine? By the top of the world?
Yeah,
that is
of
where
course.
I'm from.
That's very far away. What brought you here?
I was looking for a new start. I stowed away on a ship, and this is where it brought me.
Oh, I see. That's very adventurous, but I didn't mean to pry. I didn't want to bring up anything too personal. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean, we're all here for a reason.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, Ilmater is my reason.
Do you think you'll stay here?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't really, like I said, expect to come here. I also wasn't planning on being a cleric. I will do and remain wherever he wants me to.
Did you have this relationship with Ilmater before you stowed away on the ship?
Yeah, I wanted to do what Tyven does, essentially, to help people, and in the order they're called alleviators. You go and you tell your problems to them, but that didn't work out. So I did have a relationship with Ilmater, but not in like a it's my job to constantly keep people alive kind of thing. That is fairly new.
So what made you become a cleric?
He gave me the power to, so I'll take that as a sign that he wants me to use it.
Yes, I'd say that's a very strong sign.
Yeah. What made you become a paladin of the order?
Well, the order came later. First, I was a nobleman of birth in Daramar, and I was friends with the queen, and I became a part of her court and her royal guard. So I was always a soldier, and I always fit there, and I had a calling for a higher good and for doing my duty. And along the way, after being a somewhat high-ranking court guard for Queen Sybil, I came across the Order of the Eternal Knights, and we thought it was a good opportunity for me to continue doing what I was doing. And they invited me, and I believed in their cause. It seems to be one of the most important things that we could do. And Queen Sybil thought that the cause of the Knights of the Eternal Order and her own cause of spreading good across the land were compatible. So I trained with them, and I basically do both. I'm both a Knight of the Eternal Order, and I'm a court guard for Queen Sybil.
Are you ever not working?
No. I'm always trying to do what's expected of me and what I feel called to do for good. Nothing else is worth doing for me.
I can understand that. I feel the same way.
It can be hard, though, but there's so much evil in the world that once you know that, you can't turn your back on it. You will have to fight it.
Yeah, Ilmater is the same with suffering. You have to work to alleviate it wherever it is, and it is everywhere.
It is, because evil's everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's why I joined the Eternal Order of the Knights, because they fight all that evil as much as they can. It's their primary focus, essentially, is destroying demons, and they even go into the abyss to do it. So this is the kind of work that I feel particularly suited for.
Well, hopefully we won't be facing any more demons anytime soon, but we definitely get our fair share of evil.
Indeed, and it seems like in this city there's more and more of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't have any way of knowing what it was like before, but it is certainly something. I don't know how much you know about the cult of Sirik, but we were literally trapped in a burning building that they set on fire because they're trying to kill magic users, I guess.
Yes, the cult of Sirik is unfortunately spread throughout most of the cities in Tethir, and they're a constant problem. But sometimes they come and sometimes they go, and they're stronger or weaker. But it's certainly something to be concerned about, especially given the mandates of the guild, and given that everyone in the guild, for the most part, uses magic and for good. The cult of Sirik should be seen as an enemy of the guild first and foremost, and a real problem.
Yeah, for sure. I think that a lot of our work going forward will probably be trying to eradicate them.
It would be better to eradicate the cult of Sirik than go on missions for Miardo Leventhorpe.
Certainly. I mean, blood pirates don't sound very nice, but not all pirates are bad.
Agreed. The pirates are a real problem, and some of them can conjure up the biggest kinds of evil. But the most pressing concern for this city, at least, would definitely be the cult of Sirik. But for now, we'll just have to take the problems as they come.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we should try to get more information on the cult.
We should. I don't know how to yet.
I turn to the rest of the party. If there are quests to do with the cult, are you all interested in doing that?
Well, they seem to be one of the bigger problems. I think the cult should be our priority a little bit more.
It almost
That's what Bosner
seems
says.
like a loose thread for us, I think. But maybe we should talk to Marin.
Yes, I will defer to Marin and Queen Sybil on all these things.
Okay, so do you guys want to go back to that guild? Do you have any more spots you want to go see? We don't have to. We can, have some sort of closure tonight if you'd like. If you guys want to have like one last thing with Marin, or I don't know, talk in your barracks or whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm around all night, but in case we want to have a wrap up and prepare for the next session, so to speak, we can do that. Doesn't really matter to me. Thoughts?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. DeMarcus is just kind of on for the ride, basically, and trying to his footing. So I don't have anything I need to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taryn wanted to talk to Isolde for like a couple seconds, just like on their way back.
Okay. Yes. So we'll just do. You guys are walking back, and then Karen and Izzy chat. I don't know.
So as they're walking back, like Taryn asks Isolde what the tattoos on the side of her head mean, or on her neck.
They are a number of things. Some of them represent my family. I come from a long line from my town, so my last name Brynja is tied to Bryn Shander. So part of it is marking me as a member of the family, and part of it is for the triad.
Taryn nods and then asks, "Do they help you remember?"
Remember my family? Yes.
Yeah.
The Northmen that we ran into the other day, when I was looking at their tattoos, I didn't know what they meant, and it reminded me of how nice it was to be at home where I understood the signs and the culture and the traditions. And when I see mine, I mean, I don't see my reflection very often, but I can see the bit on my shoulders a little bit. It reminds me of where I came from. And I miss my family a lot, so it is nice to have a reminder of them. Do you miss your family?
I do sometimes, especially times like this.
You've never really been away from them for this long?
No, we were really tight-knit, but we never really left our home. And then with everything going on and all the excitement, like, you don't even notice the time passing, but now with this, you realize how far away it really is.
Well, you can talk to any of us, like a family.
Is this a conversation that DeMarcus is hearing, or is this quiet?
I think it's quiet.
Okay.
It's not like whispered, but it's not like public.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably depending
So,
on
He would probably not be listening then because he doesn't want to eavesdrop.
how polite.
Like, if you wanted to, it'd be super easy to, but it's not like open.
Yeah, no, out of respecting your space, he would not be listening then.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So you can talk to us if you need to. I know it is hard to be so far away.
Yeah.
Stan just reconnected.
Oh, I've heard everything.
Okay, good. Okay, so you make it back to the guild hall. You guys are on the main level. You want to go talk to Marin first, and then Is that what you want?
Sure.
And then we can pick a mission.
Sure. Okay. Drop you on the second floor. I'm glad I did all the guild today. Handy.
It is handy.
There's just going to be like 18 of your tokens all over the place by the end of this, but that's fine. Yeah. All right. You are there, and Marin greets you. Hello.
Hello.
Back again.
Yeah, we just went, obviously to training, but also down into the city to see what's been going on, since we've been gone for so long.
Yes, it's good to reacquaint yourself with your surroundings. Did you find anything of interest?
I mean, it seems like a lot is changing. I'm sure you're aware.
Yes. The city is always changing, but things seem to be changing faster nowadays.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's quite different.
Is there something you came here to talk to me about?
Oh my god, there is, but I forgot.
DeMarcus sees Izzy sifting through her empty mind, and he kind of like steps up and he just kind of asks Marin. He says, "Master Marin, we were walking around the city today, and we learned that the cult of Sirik is present in the city and causing some kind of harm. Is this true?"
Yes. In fact, Bear Squad would be able to tell you more about it than I could. They've actually encountered them.
Oh, I
Indeed,
remembered.
Isolde told me the story before, but if there's anything that I can do or Bear Squad can do, I think that this is a pressing concern.
Well, it's pressing insofar as there's any new leads, but there's not always new leads. With a cult like the cult of Sirik, they tend to bubble up all at once and then fade into the darkness.
Indeed, they are like shadows. I've seen them in other cities before, but if there's anything I can do, then I hope that you can trust me to handle this.
Well, of course, yes. It's one of the things that Sabine said she was interested in you looking over, among all of the other developments in the port and otherwise.
I also wanted to make you aware that Milliardo Leventhorpe approached us to offer us money to do a side mission for him, which I don't think we're interested in doing. But just to be aware that he's approaching guild members and offering them pretty decent coin to go on missions for him. I don't know if that's exactly permitted.
Yes, it's a good question. It comes up every once in a while once a squad gains enough notoriety to no longer need the bills from the guild in order to make their coin. Well, there's certain rules. I suppose depending on how small the task is, the guild doesn't really mind if you go and help an old lady across the street for, a couple of coin. But if you're taking on big projects and if you're using resources from the guild, arrows, weapons, etc., then it would be appropriate to give the guild back a cut. I mean, the guild tries to pay you in guild coins because we know adventurers need weapons and swords more than they tend to need gold, which can be used for things like drinking and gambling and other behaviors that are, lead one down a less righteous path. So the guild coins here are mostly to keep you guys rewarded with things that will keep you in line. That said, I'm very aware of what things happen in the guild cafeteria, so I'm not saying that the guild coins will prevent you from becoming a person of ill rapport, but that doesn't really matter.
DeMarcus is looking increasingly concerned.
That said,
Yeah. And I just say quietly to DeMarcus, there's just a bunch of gnomes that you got to watch out for.
DeMarcus nods, knowing.
And Marin laughs a little. He says, "The reason we do this is because the gold that the guild receives goes directly towards the things that the guild is trying to carry out. Bigger projects that have more to do with our long-term goals than any sort of, questing enterprise. I'm sure many of you have suspected that. Our goal as an adventuring guild is only one part of a much bigger mission that we have here. Something that I plan to tell you more about once you've reached a certain degree of power and prestige. Until then, I would appreciate it if you forwarded, so to speak, these requests on to the guild, had the guild work with the person to work out a deal, and if you get extra money on the side, then that's fine, but we request that you give the guild its due, its cut, and that the guild will reward you with guild coins, which should more than make up for whatever loss you've made in gold.
That's very fair. Thank you. Like I said, I don't think we were interested, but it is good to know for the future.
Well, what was the work that they were offering?
Oh, he asked us to go kill a bunch of blood pirates, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, they've requested that you've killed pirates before on their behalf, and you did that for them quite willingly, I remember.
We did not. We found documentation for them that may have required a couple pirates dying, but I mean, they had asked us to kill every pirate on the whole island, and we declined.
Ah, so you're in the business of killing some pirates, but not all pirates.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, very well. The missions you choose are the missions you choose.
It just
Is there anything else?
Speaking of missions, which ones are most priorities?
Oh, well, the board itself never really issues anything of priority. If there's anything of extreme priority that we think a group can handle, we will send them on it. This happened recently when I believe Bear Squad was sent to deal with some orcs and rescue a dear friend of mine. But yes, nothing is pressing of the moment. All of the things on the board are worth attending to, and I would prefer it if they were taken care of. But yes, nothing in particular comes to mind.
Is the board in his office, or where is it?
No, the idea would be that it's in the cafeteria.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't have a board written up, so if you guys have some requests, like I'd really like to hunt a giant beast, or I'd really like to deal with some crypts or something like that, something thematic.
Yeah, I'll send you some ideas for sure.
You pick a theme, and I will, and then we can vote, and then I will just write up something and make it narratively fit.
Awesome.
Sort of a.
I mean, just the stuff on the table is interesting enough. If something comes of the Cult of Cyric stuff, that's interesting. But I mean, now that we've got Marin's blessing, the blood pirates, like, that's real shit. That'd be cool.
Yeah, so you can go dealing with the pirate routes. You can seek maybe more clues for the Cult of Cyric, see if you can get to the bottom of that. There's always just going back to the Abyss. You guys know how to get there now?
Yeah.
You can see how much fun it was. You guys got a whole level from doing it, basically, right?
Yeah.
So it had to have been worth it.
Didn't lose a thing.
Nothing of worth was really lost there.
Yeah.
Nothing really went wrong either.
Yeah. It's kind of smooth sailing.
Dylan got a bunch of skulls.
Yeah, you guys made 500 gold off that. Think about it.
I got 2 skulls, man. It doesn't get any better. Maybe 3 of it.
It was what? 2 whole sessions, and your group went up 500 gold and leveled up and became more streamlined, which is a nice way of saying you lost a member.
No.
but we got one back.
It's true.
Nice.
Yeah, we got a new guy. He's nice.
Higher
He's shiny.
level, so
Yeah, he's light where Aristus was dark. Yeah.
He's a shiny buoy.
I'm sure there's some
Okay.
stuff going on. We just don't know it yet.
Ooh. No, I
Notice-
write one-dimensional characters, and then I make Matt play them. So sorry.
You might notice almost stereotypically that the rogue has been avoiding the paladin.
That's fair.
Yeah, he sees you, man.
So would you guys just be done for the night? Do you guys
Yeah.
want to wrap it up here?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost bedtime,
Yeah, I'm down for a pint or whatever later, but
Are we gonna move DeMarcus into the bear squad room?
I don't know.
Yeah, I want to
maybe.
show him my skull
Yeah.
if he hasn't seen it yet.
We should end the evening with moving him into the barracks.
All right. Very fitting.
Yeah. Don't let him just whip it out. That's awkward.
What?
What?
All right.
The skull.
out of
I,
context.
I excitedly lead the way to,
Yep.
to the skull. And I bet it's over with my hand, and I say, "Come here, man. Check this out."
He very slowly and circuitously kind of.
Whoa! Yeah.
Like
a
C-Lab 2021 animation. You guys ever watched C-Lab?
Yes.
I love Caleb.
It's a good thing you say slowly and circuitously there, because I never would have guessed. And so he says to DeMarcus, he gestures at the skull, and he says, "So, what do you think?" And I look expectantly, like eyebrows raised.
I think that I have a lot more to learn about you, Leoward.
You and me both, man. Well, we got this baby in the woods. It was a giant gorilla, and
Roll for initiative. No. I'm just kidding.
Oh, fuck.
Aaron, there's a giant monster in our room.
I proudly smack the skull on its surface, and I say, good times, and that's about it. I don't notice at all that DeMarcus is not at all impressed, because I am so overwhelmed with being impressed at myself.
He might be impressed. He's just trying to figure you out. That's the face that he's got on right now.
Okay.
He says, in a lot of ways, you remind me of the you when we were kids.
Well, I'm glad at least one of us remembers what that guy was like.
Can we hear all this?
Sure, yeah. I don't know how to keep quiet, so.
Yeah.
I don't think he's quiet when talking about his skull.
Yeah.
I can't help myself.
Well, one of the reasons that I'm here is maybe to remind you about yourself.
Oh, certain aspects of that I'd like to forget, but I'm sure remembering certain aspects would be beneficial as well.
You can't hide from the good and just take the bad. You have to take it all at once.
I suppose so. I'd prefer to hide from the bad, though, if I'm honest.
I know, but eventually you're going to have to come to grips with everything that's happened and remember. I'll help you with that however I can.
I become still and silent and say, "I suppose so," and kind of look down and subtly but overtly not too happy about that.
Yeah, and I put my hand on your shoulder and I say, "It'll take time, old friend, but I'm here to help." And
It's good to hear.
Turn and walk away.
Nice.
You mean you leap across the room with one stride, right?
No, that's apparently Dorn's thing. That guy is a jocular paladin.
Got some pep.
Yeah.
Pep is that.
Okay, so Taryn, you're the last one in the room, and as you're walking kind of catching up with everybody while this scene is going on. You notice some noise at the door behind you, and you look back and you see Ander walking up out of the gate, and he's carrying in his arms the monk master Epic Kai, and Epic Kai is like covered in blood, and you can see that Ander looks like super concerned, and like carries him up the spiral staircase like really quickly, like running, carrying the body. And the gate closes behind him, and he like fades from view. But you
kind of gasp in surprise, and then rush in and tell everybody what
okay.
We were just chit-chatting before bed. It's not like middle of the night or anything.
No, I mean it's like late. It's like, let's say 11:30 or something.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of like later in the evening because you guys had a long day. You walked around the whole city basically.
You saw that just now?
Yeah, just now he busted into the gate carrying Epic High. They were both covered in blood.
And I say, "Oh, we have to do something. Let's go."
Yeah.
Where were they coming from?
See if Chandra.
And I actually like make to leave, and I walk out with Izzy. I'm following you, Izzy.
I'm like rushing off towards Chandra. Because I assume that's
and
where they're going.
I talked to Taryn. What door did they come from?
Just the main gate.
The main gate.
Main door outside. Like they were outside and now they're inside. Like that door.
Okay. Let's go follow our friends. And
So, as you, as you guys go to like rush up the stairs, one of the Silent Watcher people like holds out a hand, asking you, basically requesting that you hold.
I just need to go see my teacher.
And the Silent Watcher puts up their hand and just says, "No." It seems like kind of an emergency situation.
Izzy looks frustrated, but she obviously submits to that and pivots and goes into the cafeteria instead.
DeMarcus follows. Are they going to be okay?
What?
I mean, they're the masters. They're super powerful. I'd assume that they'd be okay. I don't think he was dead, so, like, the cleric lady can heal them all.
Yeah, Chandri has taken care of, entire squads that came back dead or very injured. It's not that she doesn't have the skills. It's more so that she's been having to do this a lot lately, and I would like to give her support if I was allowed. I have the ability to help. But I'm sure they'll be fine.
By the way, there's nobody in the cafeteria right now. It's just empty.
I figured.
Like, not even people?
No other people.
I wonder if this is from something more.
I don't really know those teachers, to be fair.
I don't either.
I feel so out of place here, and I need to learn what's happening.
This door is the door that they came in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes from, you can like see through the gates of it. There's stairs that lead down.
That's not the door to outside.
No.
Can I?
There's no.
So
you guys are in the
door to the
basement
basement
level.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
The thought occurs to me, and I kind of tap DeMarcus on the arm. Say, would you come with me? I want to check out where they were coming from.
Of course.
And I'll just go back this way.
I'll follow you guys, and I'll bring up that Aristos was always worried about the people being sent down to the catacombs.
Is that where this door leads, to the catacombs?
I don't know if it goes down. I don't know where else is an option.
I always assumed we weren't allowed down there, but and is the door like locked or anything since they came out in such a
Yeah.
rush? It is locked.
Yeah, it's locked, and it's like magically locked. Like there's lots going on where you're not. It's out. You're out of your depth on how people pass through this door.
Interesting.
So John,
Mark says, we must be patient and try to understand this better.
Yeah, it is concerning though.
You guys are standing, like looking at the gate in front of that silent watcher, basically, who's right next to you, by the way, just so you know.
Right.
Yeah, but that's like one of the unseen servants, or
Yeah,
whatever they're called,
basically.
the little ghost people. Yeah.
I motion to, since I'm following them around, I motion like, let's go back into the room. That's something to say.
All right. Whoop.
So I have everyone kind of gather around. Well, I was thinking about telling you all this when I had a little bit more understanding about what's going on. But with what just happened, that we just saw, and the fact that I was summoned by the Archdruid a couple days ago, we should just put this on our radar. There's something in the catacombs connected to the Shadow Realm. And I don't know what it means, but it's connected to these terrifying dreams I've been having. Aristos and I, we were going to go and investigate that, but it seems that all of these coincidences are just too convenient. I don't know what's going on, but there might be something that we have to be very wary of. And I'm not sure why we were all summoned here to the guild. Seems like on surface level, they're doing lots of good. But whatever this greater mission is, I think it's connected to the catacombs and that realm. And if masters are coming back like that, we should be concerned.
This is all very surprising and concerning. I don't know what to do.
I didn't really have any reason not to trust the masters, other than the fact that so many people from the guild have ended up injured or dead. But to have something they're keeping under wraps, I don't really know what to think about that.
yes, I have some things to tell you all as well. I was on a mission with Galen not long ago. We were disguised, and we were able to gain access to some of the levels below us. They did not go directly to any catacombs, but they revealed to us that the guild is designing or magically building certain levels which mirror the same structures as the levels above. And I was not able to discern anything in particular besides the fact that the guild leaders and the guild masters are meeting in private to us, I believe, for certain kinds of meetings that I have yet to understand.
They're trying to build levels that look like the ones above? You mean like the Hall of Gods and stuff?
Well, the levels that I saw were mostly just the guild halls. I did not get to explore much because, as part of my disguise, I was a servant, serving them their drinks and food. So there's more understood about that. I do believe that I was discovered by one of the guildmasters.
Interesting.
Costume, but this was all part of my guildmaster Zook, his mission, and I believe he understood me to be getting involved in whatever conspiracy.
So he knowingly sent you there?
Strangely enough, well, actually, it was in the middle of a mission. We were interrupted by another guildmaster who took us down and directed us that way. So it may not have been part of Zook's plan, but he seems to have an extra pair of ears at times for what's going on in this place.
Well, we should keep an eye on this. I can go in the morning to Chandri and ask her what happened. She would be forthright with me.
I would encourage that we don't talk about my dreams or a conversation with the Archdruid or even Dargil's mission. I think we need to find out some things more and find if we can continue to trust them, because there might be something that they're doing that is good, or it could be nefarious. I would just encourage patience in all of this.
You know,
It's very hard for me to believe that the guild would be doing anything nefarious, but I am very troubled by what you're saying right now.
yes, it's also, I mean, I don't know when this mission happened, Dargil, or how long you've been having dreams, Vosner, but maybe we need to be more upfront with each other.
I was trying to find time to speak of this, but
I understand. I mean, there's things that all of us would have trouble talking about, and I'm not saying, like, we have to share everything, but if it has to do with the guild or our safety, I think we should learn how to trust each other a bit more than we do already.
Okay. Well, I just come to understand what my dreams were just a couple days ago before we left. So, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's
I pet Paco.
I mean, we've only known each other a few months. But
Out.
I suppose I am a bit concerned for who may be listening and sharing any secrets inside the guild rather than outside of it.
that makes sense. All right. Well, anyone else have things to add on this note? Things that you've learned or concerns? I think
I don't have anything.
we should think about how we're going to proceed. Obviously, sneakily. But
Well, I think that we should do what we are doing anyway and keep working with Marin. And he did say that the more prestige we gain, the more we will learn about these things. He just said so in his office, that there's a very large project that the guild is engaged in, and the more we ascend through the ranks, the more we'll know.
How do you know he can't hear us right now?
I don't.
you know, it might be good to ask Dragon Squad, since they kind of already have that kind of prestige. They might know what's going on.
That might be a good idea.
Yep. All right. You also know that there were previous members of the guild who left that you've encountered. So that's just thoughts other there.
Oh yeah, I mentioned
Filipino.
the elf that Aristus and I talked to.
That sounds right. Yeah, so here's, I guess what we'll do is people can text the group ideas, general theme things, like something like pirate quest counts, or hunting quest, or you can get more particular, more specific, and then we could just have like a vote on it once people have kind of brainstormed a couple, and then I'll just write up whatever one people want to do.
Cool.
Okay, that sounds cool.
Sweet.
Who's going to do the next one?
That's a good question. Now that I don't have any travel for the rest of the semester, and I think all of us have lost all of our travel requirements.
Yeah.
Maybe we should redo the doodle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Hey, it might be the case that we just are online doing this.
Like
I don't know.
Every other day.
I would like that.
Starts right now.
All right, you guys can just sit here while I write up the next one.
There you go.
And just watch as I design all the maps.
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys want to see this cool inn that I found and edited a little bit of?
Yep.
It's pretty sweet. Just give you a little. I don't know how much of it. I think you can see all of it. Oh shit! Yeah, there it is. Can you see that?
No.
No. All right. Well,
You gotta
I
move
fucked
us
it
to
up,
that
so-
tab.
Yeah. I moved you.
Ooh.
Look at this shit.
That's a cute little tavern.
Yeah, and it's got a second floor. Look at that.
It's like the kind of thing that we can burn down.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna
only
fill it
after
with bad
stabbing a
guys
bugger
and-
in the foot.
Sweet.
So, I'm not teaching this semester, so I don't really know what all you have to do. But what does everyone's schedules look like? Is it the same sort of like, oh, well, I have to do a bunch of class prep on the night before my classes kind of stuff?
I have more time. Yeah, I'm more time on my end.
I do not. In that exactly a week from now, I will be starting comps, and then I won't finish until 7, 8, 9, the 6th or the 7th in April.
Woo.
Okay.
Well, maybe we should aim for that following weekend. So when you come back from the dead,
Yeah, from the abyss.
alternatively, we could, have E sit one out, and we could
That's fine.
go on an adventure without E for one time.
Yeah,
Actually, everybody else is kind of set out at one point or another.
If you guys do the pirate quest, given my terrible fear of large bodies of water, that would be fine to sit out. So
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we'll consider it.
okay,
We'll do another doodle probably in the near future.
do a doodle.
Okay. Thanks for the great session, guys. Sorry there was no combat, but I think there's a lot of story development.
So good.
Yeah, that was necessary for sure.
I feel like we had like a long backlog of narrative development that needed to be like hashed out between characters.
So good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's definitely like a narrative catch-up day.
I really like the narrative days, to be honest. I mean, I love combat too, and it's always cool after you level up, but I really am into figuring out how the story is going.
Yeah, I didn't think I would share so much for my character.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
That's good. It seemed like everyone was opening up a little bit about backstory stuff.
Yeah. I was afraid I was gonna like do information dumps to a bunch of characters and have all of them die. I mean, Aristos had basically all of the knowledge of the politics in his head, and then left the game. So
Yeah.
The like straight up just it is kind of interesting to have a day that's like basically combat-y or basically narrative. Like when it's a mostly narrative day, like, and that you're just going to have to be doing narrative stuff, I think it's really helpful because it just makes you kind of like better at doing narrative. Like I'm more committed to narrative stuff when we're just kind of like settled in that mode. So
yeah, so you're not worrying about like taking away time from the combat or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Well, maybe that'll be like a style thing we do where like we schedule longer combat sessions, and then every once in a while we can schedule session where it's just narrative talk to people.
Yeah, mixing it up is good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have a combat thing. It was just hard for me to explain why your group, after such a traumatic event, would immediately hurl themselves back into a mission willingly, and it felt really forced to come up with some sort of artificial reason for why you guys randomly found yourselves in combat again in the city. It's like the city's a pretty stable place for the most part. If it was like literally on fire again today, you guys would be like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's good because we got like a lot of teasers for the start of new combats and new stories, which is necessary.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing is that so much of this stuff was not planned. They just built a sandbox, and you guys played in some parts of it, and that just inspired us to be like, all right, well then that's what these people would do. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You guys are living members of this community. Making it different.
Yeah, we're building the story.
You guys inadvertently put the 11 Torps in power.
No.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have ascended to power if you hadn't done that quest for them. So, hope that was a good choice.
Doesn't seem like it.
Well, it doesn't seem like it isn't.
We'll see.
Corruption.
I don't know what they're up to.
Yeah, I mean they're warding off pirates who like Cthulhu, essentially. So
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a pretty good. That's like just a service for society.
Solid choice.
All right, I gotta go. Farewell, friends.
All right,
later.
See you, man.
See ya.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out as well. It was fun, guys.
Yep, me too. Bye,
All right.
team.
Adios.